Hey yo, alright, so here we are. What am I looking to do right now? I'm looking to do max training, get into routine. Alright, that's ideal. That's the ideal right now. Hopefully, I get to 6 minutes later in the day, internet will not falter like it did yesterday. Alright, that was not the best experience. Okay, yeah, let's get into it. Let me start my game. Ba-da-da-da. Okay. Oh my, I didn't know this. Was this the actual update? Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Okay, well, I'm 18, so I don't have to worry about anything. I wonder what would happen if I entered a date that was low, like, let's call it, was below 18, and then, like, they just had my account blocked for certain things for, like, a year or something. It's so funny. Wait, Hexy just got on. Wait, I want to ask him something. Okay, wait. Let me do this first. Can I? I mean, I can. Okay. I was gonna say, is this like a breach of privacy to show this on screen? But no, it's just my birthday. That's right, April 9th, 2004. Yeah. Poggers. Okay. Oh, they have some lo-fi in here. Oh, I love that. That's actually sick. That's probably a copyright though. Oh well. Is it? Yeah, that is. Oh well. I want some lo-fi in my life. Okay, wait. I do not care about Frankly Chat. I was thinking to myself, let me start reading this, but then I was like, nah, it's not worth it. It's never worth it. What's it called? Because I'm wondering what ages does it block things for? Is it just frozen? I think it's just some things frozen. Is that? Yeah, it's just frozen. Okay, it's crazy. That is crazy. Okay, numbers at 53 past 2. Can you get that up? Um, I guess I will not be messaging anybody right now, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Okay, let's get into it. So, pretty simple. I'm gonna start off with the routine. 5 minutes fast aerialing. Aerialing. I'm not sure how to say it. Aerialing. Yeah. Let me get my chat over here. Alright. Okay. What does this look like? No, I do not want to. Is this? Yeah, okay. So what do I do here? Okay, wait, no. I think I have to restart my game. That's crazy. I accidentally just autopiloted to changing my game speed. Okay, going through to today. Well, restart my game. Going through today. Just trying to get through like this whole mechanics routine fairly quickly. Hey, Neon Clownings. Alright. What's poppin'? Just trying to get through this mech routine fairly quickly. Same things as always, trying to get to that really consistent point. In all of my, what's it called? Getting to that really consistent point in all of my training. What's it called? SSL. Where every single shot is getting to that like 80% or 90% consistency range. Yeah. Wait, let me. It's taking me. What's it called? My consistency at hitting the ball is mid. Okay. You know, that happens. Sometimes you have days, or like weeks, or like months like that. Maybe in years, maybe even years. Okay. Alright. Bro, my game is taking so long to start back up. But we're chilling. Alright, we made it. What's it called? Wait, I have to deal with this thing off screen. Okay, what's it called? Uh-huh. Okay, so I haven't been doing mech training for the past couple of days, so coming back to it might be a little bit rusty. I have the benefit that I was playing the game, so I'm not just coming off a break, just like a break from mech routine. Um, really important that I kind of stick to the timers I set. So I'm trying to, what's it called? Make sure, what's it called? I don't really go over time. Alright, so just gonna start the 5-minute timer now for fast aerials and get into it. Okay, playing the GoPro, yeah. Let's get some water in. Alright, first thing, just kind of getting, I don't know, getting loose, warming up, kind of. Just try to get the lowest fast aerial time I can. Lowest I got last time I did this for 5 minutes was 2.199. Main thing focusing on is just holding down before I even jump. Alright, come on. Alright, let's say like a good range to be at would be 2.2, like 2. Nice. So I want to be consistently getting under that at some point. Trying to hold down, hold boost for as long as possible. It's kind of cool how, like, at this point in my muscle memory, it's like, it's very rare I'll like backflip. But that's obviously because I've done it for like thousands and thousands of reps of going for aerials. Alright, kind of have to focus up. So trying to just get my car pointed straight up as quickly as possible. Trying to make sure I'm holding boost, not letting go when I let go of my jump key for a second. Come on. Alright, come on. Let's do this. Just looking for solid launches into the air. Bro, what is the point in this? I'm just warming up, mainly. I think that's the main thing. This is kind of... It's weird, because, like, this sort of thing, it doesn't really matter too much to optimize, right? It doesn't really matter, like... Max I get this down to is, like, probably, like, 2.1, like, 4 or something. I think that's probably, like, closer to, like, theoretical, like... So it doesn't really, like, matter too much. It won't impact things too much, but I think this is... Biggest thing here is just kind of a focus exercise, because, like, there are a bunch of different things I can do to make sure my time gets lower. And I kind of like apply the same concept of like improving the reps and trying to get as good of a rep as possible every time applies to everything else later on, which are all more important than this, if that makes sense. So main thing here is I'm just trying to start the session and start focusing on like impactful changes I need to make sure to get each rep just a little bit better. Only do this for 5 minutes, so oh, come on. I think it's just like a kind of a challenge to myself, like how low of a time can I get? Pretty basic mechanics, just fast aerial. Kind of arbitrary goal, but I'd just rather this time as low as possible. Alright, still really important that as soon as timer goes off for all of the exercises I'm doing today, that I kind of switch to the next thing pretty quickly. Alright, timer's going off. It doesn't show up, I don't think, on stream, but it does lower my game sound. So whenever my game sound lowers is when timer's going off, most likely. And most of the timers are for what's called like 30 seconds minus. No, we're not 1v1ing Seamus. So like a 5-minute timer is actually for 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So that just gives me a warning till when I need to stop. Alright, next thing, helix jumps. Alright, pretty simple. Idea, I want to see how many I can get over the course of what's called 5 minutes. Record right now is 16. It's getting slightly more into the useful range, or if I get consistent at this, so at some point will probably be usable in game. Alright, pretty simple. Alright, come on. Haven't done these in a while, but just have to get better at them. Nice, it's 1. As you can tell, there's a certain way that you come off the wall when you hit the helix jump. Alright, looking for 2. Nice, that's 2. See, I had my flip for a really long time there. Looking for 3. Nice, that's 3. Come on, looking for that, like, perfect timing. Alright, looking for 4 right now. Close. Had to wait a little bit longer. Nice, I think that's 4. Yep. Waited way too little. of an amount of time. Looking for 5. Oh, that's a weird jump. Alright, looking for 5 still. I think that's 5. Yep. Looking for 6 now. Number record is 16. Probably inching up on like the 3-minute mark right now, but don't have the timer up on my second monitor, so wouldn't know. Looking for 5 still. I mean 6. Yeah, 6. Because I'm on the left side and I started on the right. I think something I've noticed is that as I've done this, my muscle memory has kind of evolved to slow down a little bit going up wall, right? So I'm not going like supersonic at wall most of the time. I'm trying to go just like a little bit slower. Alright, looking for 7. Kind of noticing that for like all these mechs training things, they're like changes my brain will make subconsciously that it realizes works out better, and then there are changes I'll make very consciously. That's 7. Yeah. So like with the fast aerial thing, I'll make some changes consciously to just try to force better reps, which is doable. And that by implementing certain strategies, you can like force better reps. It kind of applies in game as well. You can kind of force focuses and changes to your gameplay. Though at times it's kind of hard to do that consistently to every single second of your gameplay. All right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for 8 right now. Okay. Okay, I hope I don't get too sick. I think I'm like a little bit right now. A little, just a tiny bit sick. Oh, game just froze. I swear helix jumps are useless. I mean, that's fine. What's it called? I just view it from the perspective of like, okay, this is how like mechanics evolve over time. It's like they're really hard. People say they're useless for a while, and then eventually they're like meta, or at least part of it, right? So I'm just trying to get in kind of a small amount, but if I can do this small amount, 5 minutes per day consistently, then eventually I'll just get there. What am I looking for? I'm looking for 10 right now. Alright, time is going off, which means I got 30 seconds left. Okay. Honestly, you did a pretty okay job of like making sure getting decent timings, right? So there, I barely missed it because I was a little bit too late, so I ended up landing back on the wall and jumping back off, but the time was relatively close to the timing I would need for the helix jump to actually work out. Same thing there. But I don't know, because like there's like you get flipped off the wall basically. Not flipped off the wall, I don't know how to say it. You get like sprung off the wall if you get it. And this also makes a different sound. You can tell that you flipped, or the game like registered a flip for a second. Alright, probably past those 30 seconds. Just gonna try and finish off. Yeah, on 1. Okay, so that's 10. I'm gonna count it as 9 because I don't think I got this 10 within 5 minutes. Alright, next thing. Well, first, let me note down. Got a 9. Got 2.211 for the fast aerial. It was like the lowest time I got. Alright, now 5 minutes just focusing on wall dashes. Wall dash has definitely gotten a lot more consistent. I felt like wall dash was something not I uniquely struggled on, but yeah, it kind of feels like, because I feel like when I think about how other people progress at like getting better at wall dashes, while I was like practicing it actively, I feel like I was going a little bit slower at learning it. But then again, I don't think I ever dedicated hours to learning it, so it's kind of different. Might be different. How long are you trying to go, are going to try and go pro? Probably. I mean, so it's like, in my head, it's like, as long as I work at it consistently, maximum it could take is like 2 years. Actually, I think that's true. I think maximum, if I'm actually working at it consistently, and like worst days, I'm like getting into some 6 mans, then I think like a year. But yeah, I guess like after that kind of year period, I don't know, I might shift my sights towards something else, I guess. Yeah, Wall Dash is definitely a lot more consistent at this point. I wonder if I'm like flinching camera-wise, like on the camera when I do one, because I know like my lower body, like the lower part of my upper body, it's like kind of flinching every time I do one. It's kind of weird. Kind of makes sense given the mechanic. I think I used to do that as well for like speed flips. I would like build up like a lot of tension in my head, but like at this point, it's just not like. I mean, I don't know. I might do them perfectly every time. It's hard to tell because it's like, is that a perfect speed flip or is that like kind of a little bit off? Or is something a good speed flip? Like it would pass at like trading pack, speed flip trading pack, pretty much every time. Biggest problem I had before was with wall dashes. I would go off that like lip. It's because typically I don't want to wall dash in the corner because it's like a different. Because it's easier to get a wall dash because like the like I don't know, your momentum pulls you back into the wall, if that makes sense. But so you don't have like a stricter timing. But like coming off this, it's like okay, now I want to start wall dashing. I would have like a mental block that would like it would make me wait a long time. Um, but at this point, it's not completely gone, but I'm like able to like just force myself to do it for some reason. I would like build up a lot of tension and then not do it for some reason. Alright, I'm trying to do backwards. And that kind of happens with my backwards wall dashes at this point. Why don't I work on chain dashing? Um, I guess that's like the Seamus. I don't know. Honestly, I would have to say I don't know. You have to learn wall dash with no momentum. Um, well, let me answer like these two separate things separately. I think yeah, the goal is to eventually just like keep progressing it as like to the next level. So next level is probably going to be wall dashing as much as possible, um, or like doing wall dash after wall dash as quickly as possible in like sequence, right? So then that will eventually basically progress into chain dashing. I guess that's like the plan there. And then I guess at some point I'll also make sure I start doing a lot more low momentum wall dashes as well, because those do seem to be harder. All right, trying to get 3 on each side, so got 3 on the back right. Now I'm looking for the 3rd on the back left. Yeah, I was checking that. I don't know. Sometimes I'll just like not do it correctly, and there I just jumps off the wall. But I think I tried to like before letting go fully after pressing my X button down the first time. I think I tried to push my thumb back down. So basically, it just registered at 1 jump because I didn't release the button fully. All right, still looking for 1 back left. Nice. Okay. All right. Going into impossible rings, but before that, meditation. All right. Yeah. So those are good. The future progressions. Just trying to wall dash as quickly as possible, one after another in succession, and then wall dashing with no momentum. Biggest thing with chain dashing is like I want to make sure I'm in control fully because it feels like I see a lot of people, or the people I see do it are like they lose control basically of their car. And this also helps that I do wall dashes in like a different way, or I use my directional arrow, so I'm not turning to the right or any direction. I hold my stick forward, if that makes sense. Um, so I think that makes it easier to not like just start turning up the wall. But I think that might happen just naturally as you chain dash, even without the steering. All right, 5 minutes meditation. All right, I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna center my mind. I'm gonna practice focusing. on nothing. All right. And then we'll get into the rest of the routine. Okay. Okay. Timer going off. Pretty simple. Not too deep. Nothing too deep about it. Going off certain studies based on like improvements and like skill development. Oh, meditation helps. Going off base. I just saw it. Seen this posted in general, bro. I just move over here, bro. I see something over here. Okay, okay. Um, it's called sports psychologists, or like a bunch of different people seem to like, okay, having this part of their routine seem to help certain like mindfulness things. I don't know, people in a bunch of different fields, like Olympic gold medal winners. So I was like, okay, let me implement this into my routine. All right, I know I'm justifying this. Oh, well, let's get into the next thing. All right, 5 minutes, impossible rings. All right, good time on this would be like 5 minutes. Though it might take longer if I'm just worse. All right, happens. All right, so make sure that's off. All right, gonna start with left. Bro, what is happening? I mean, what is happening is that I haven't done this in a while, so there's certain reactions that I don't have to deal with exactly. There are certain things I don't have to deal with as much as in like real gameplay, right? So, oh my god, okay, I just sold there. Oh well. So like obviously, I have to react a lot faster to certain like aerial adjustments and like make adjustments a lot faster on 1.5 speed. But hope is that once I get in game, it's like okay, all these adjustments are super easy. It's weird that this is at 1.5 speed, but to me it just feels normal. It just feels like, I don't know, I'm playing the game. It's also weird that like at this point, since I switch back and forth a lot. It's like once I get in the game doesn't really feel slow. It just feels normal, right? Like the time, like the speed it always is. I can't believe I sold at the end. Why did I do that? Obviously I didn't try to. Alright, just trying to focus up here. Trying to use the sides of my stick. Make sure I know how to control my cars in all facets. Alright. Oh my gosh, that is not good. Oh good. We regain. Obviously I was focusing, so actually no. Well I was, but like I think I was thinking about something else in my head for like a second. I don't know, you know, I wasn't talking about anything. Trying to focus on the car, focus on the actions I have to make. Oh my gosh, okay. All good. I think a time of 5 is still possible, I just have to be perfect from here. Especially can't make any deep mistakes, right? Because like a mistake ending like at the end is a lot worse than a mistake like at the beginning. Because for obvious reasons. Because when you're further in, it's like more time wasted, essentially. Oh my gosh. Oh good. It's really important that over time I try not to become like overly cautious as well. So I don't want to like be fully risk averse because that's kind of staying. Oh, I just turn off Balkan for no reason. Kind of staying too much inside my box. If that makes sense. And like I'm not learning as much because the whole point of this isn't to get like a low time, it's to like get good at the game and make sure I'm like improving, slash maintaining my skills in air roll as much as possible. So it's really important that I'm not just like going as slow as humanly possible, but it's also most important thing is just focusing, right? Just making sure I'm like focusing on my car, like the places it needs to move, and not like moving my mind to other things. Or doing that as little as possible. Alright, timer went off, which means it's 4 minutes 30 seconds. It's a run. Seems like arrow right is typically like the better side as well. But right now, not it. It's okay though. Alright, clean. Alternating every 2 rings, what I'm looking for right now. Decent job. Alright, trying to do that opening twice in a row for like the 2 variations, right? One starting with left, one starting with right. Kind of makes things a little bit harder, but I don't know. It's important that like I get through the 2 variations. Like I learn how to switch arrows just automatically, right? Just has to be ingrained. Ingrained skill. Alright, that was starting with left. Now this is starting with right. Hopefully that camera perspective is a little confusing for a second. Interesting. Dang. Okay. Keep going. Kind of makes a little bit of sense, right? That I might not do the best coming off not doing this for a while, but still it's definitely doable to just like get a low time instantly off the bat. Just messed up. I'm alternating every 2 rings, so come on, come on. Not sure why I almost sold that, but okay. We got our bearings a little bit. I feel like I almost hit that ring for no reason. Okay. Alright, made it. Now I'm just trying to do all the openings twice in a row. So I'm just gonna go through with left. Opening 13 rings. I think it's 13. Oh no, I counted them at some point. It's either like 13 or 11. Just have to get it twice in a row clean. Meaning not like hitting to any rings super hard. Alright, that's left. Now looking for right twice in a row. Nice. Look for left alternating twice in a row. Come on. What did I felt like, oh, I thought I forgot to like alternate for a second, but I didn't. I don't know, and I just like ended a run for no reason. Yeah, sometimes I legit just like forget about the alternating part. Honestly, I won't count that. I don't know. Mainly because honestly I felt just uncomfortable, right? Like not like at a high skill point in this. And I got those 2 in a row kinda luckily. Alright, still looking for left alternating twice in a row. Again, not really too crazy concerned with the time. More concerned with like improving. Alright, got it there. Interesting. Could have recovered that, just had to boost a little bit earlier. I see clean, relatively. I think I was really close to hitting some rings, but jeez, it's got clothesline. Was it clotheslined? Clotheslined? Alright, there's one. Just trying to get this right, alternating twice in a row. Alright, we did it. Okay. Pretty simple. Restart game. Took about this long. Alright, 9:59. Okay. What is that? 9:59. I'll say 9:50, like 4 or 5. I'll say 56, because it took me some time, obviously, to exit out of my game. Okay. Now we got 5 minutes hand stretches. Alright. This is the most exciting part of the day. Alright. Honestly, okay. It starts it's kind of sleeper, I'm not gonna lie. Right? Probably the most boring parts of a routine. But then we get into the things that I think are more impactful later, right? Okay. Alright, just trying to get into hand exercises. Okay, next thing I'm going into is dribbling. Dribble challenge. When I get into this, one really big thing kind of goes through all of like my MX training, pretty much all the reps things I do, is that I'm trying to first try as many of these levels as possible. And I'm trying to make every rep as good as possible, right? Whether it's like just following certain like things I think have come out to good reps, or just lo-fi music is honestly, I thought it was like last music that there was, or I don't know, like 2 musics ago. I don't know, 2 main musics cycles ago was like the best music. But honestly, this lo-fi music is it's a vibe. It's a vibe. All right. Okay. Also, I didn't know Frosty Fest began. I guess that's what happened. That's what's called the lo-fi. That's what coincided with it. But yeah, just looking for as good a rep as possible every single time. It's mainly like, it's not like exactly a performance thing, it's mainly a focus thing, right? Where I'm like focusing on getting, because like a lot of the time when I'm trying to focus as hard as possible, I might not succeed. But the idea is that I'm like gonna get a lot closer to succeeding the more reps I do fully focused. Alright, doing hand exercises, just gonna keep this up. I'm not sure what this looks like for like 30 seconds. Because I just have like my hands up. Okay. Looks like I'm like a zombie or something. Also, I'll do this. The clock hits, whatever, not whatever, 1:15, switching to the next thing. Ideally, really, because like, I don't know. I think I realized a little bit ago, it's like, okay, I think I just want to I want to make sure I'm doing certain hand exercises because I'm just playing this game a lot. And I will be playing this game a lot, so I need to like kind of make sure I maintain my hands. Because I don't know, I like using my hands. Um, pause. Uh, so then I was like, okay, let me spend these 5 minutes doing hand exercises, and I'll do this as part of every time I do my next routine. And it's definitely been like same thing with like the meditation things. Like meditation is like something I knew was like probably good, But like I would never do it outside of like if it wasn't scheduled on my mix routine, I would find a hard time like getting myself to do it. Um, but it being part of the mix routine, I just do it. I'm getting not better. I don't know how to say it, getting more used to it. And then ideally with hand exercises, I don't really have 5 minutes. At the end of the day, I don't have like 5 minutes. I just do it naturally. When I have like free time, idle time with my hands, I just like start doing them, right? While I think about other things. All right, again to dribble challenge. Point 3, gonna start 10 minutes ball cam. Oh, forgot to turn off the other thing. 10 minutes ball cam, 10 minutes normal cam. All right. Pretty simple. What did I get last time? Got level 9, level 11. So just focusing on that level 9. Trying to improve improve off that. Okay. Personal best is 22. I've made the levels I think harder when like I was getting to level 22, but I've also gotten worse at the dribble challenge in like certain aspects. By harder I mean like on certain levels I'll require myself to get like a really good musty or something like that. And maybe that wasn't fully the case, or maybe like I've upped the bar, so now it's harder to get to like those further levels. You'll kind of see as I do this. All right, 10 minutes ball cam dribbling. Pretty simple. Trying to first try as many levels as possible. Trying to make sure I'm not running over any cords. Idea with ball cam dribbling is that most of my time controlling the ball is going to be spent with ball cam on, so by getting good at ball cam, I want a better flick. By getting good at ball cam dribbling, I'll kind of expand my control skills. Alright, clean. Alright, looking for a drift turn. So it's like this level. I'll make this harder for myself. So instead of just turning like a normal person, I'll try to, what's it called? Get like a power side turn. A drift turn. Holy. Nice. Turn there. Need another turn here. Dang. The ball's getting ahead of me. I have to power slide and boost. Come on. Nice, it's one. Oh, dang, close. Gonna do a better job here. Getting this turn, obviously. Alright, is there a specific thing I could kind of point to? One really easy thing is just go a little bit slower, right? Most of the time I'm trying to do supersonic dribbling, but on this level, I'm just not there yet where I can like get this turn supersonic with ball cam. That might mean that like for now, I'm just trying to go a little bit slower, get that turn. But it's really important that I don't get stuck here at this level for 10 minutes. Oh no, I did a 360 there. Come on. Yeah, this is one of the levels where I know for a fact I've been able to do this like consistently in the past. So I'm just looking for that level of consistency again. Come on. We can get to the left side of it, let it drop a little bit, then get that turn. Letting it drop a little bit too far. Ah, dang. Honestly, could have had that, just had a boost forward a little bit earlier. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. Did a good job on the first turn not jumping. Because it's like when I get close to the edge, I usually get like very antsy, but I did a good job just like, okay, trusting that I would be able to just drive over it. You feel like this fast motion helps even remotely? May or may not. I know that I get more reps in at faster speed. And it seems like all like muscle memory seems to transfer from this higher speed to lower speed, so. But even if it doesn't, even if it's at like, let's say I get it wrong and it's actually at like 80% efficiency over if I just went for normal game speed practice, it's like, oh well, at least I tried something, right? I tried something interesting, tried something that like might have better, I'm not sure why I reset that, what's it called? Try something that might work out better. I think the idea is that I want to improve a lot faster than everybody in the like same skill range I am at right now, so I'm not going to improve faster doing that much faster doing the same exact thing. So idea is just try something different. Alright, here looking for a good must-see, either like a hard setup, decent power, or easy setup, what's called a lot of power, a crazy amount of power. Need to make sure I'm getting to the left of that ball on the setup. Alright, come on. Or there, just, I don't know why I flipped the wrong way exactly. Maybe a little bit of panic. Got a lot of power on it, but I'm looking for a little bit more height. There, I have to get a little bit closer, ideally. Same thing there. I kind of just like, I don't know, went for it a little bit too early. Okay, there, started floating closer to the ball. Got about as close as I'd want to, just didn't flip at the right time. Big thing here is just alignment. Decent roll, but obviously not like a crazy amount of power. I'm gonna try and point my back a little bit more towards the ball on those top downs. Come on. Really important that I get to the left side of that ball. Need to get underneath. Kind of need like, not matrix, but basically like get really close to the ball while getting underneath it, and then get the must-see from underneath it. Just really missed a little bit of the pop there. Oh no, okay must-see, but still looking for that. At the very least positive, like upward, or I'm not sure how to say it, positive vertical velocity. Yeah, positive vertical velocity or motion. AKA, it should like increase in height as time goes on. Something like that. Or at the very least, something like that. Yeah, I have to do a good job of like, when I get that touch underneath the ball, I have to make sure that the place my car will land after that is like the setup position, basically. Did a decent job getting underneath the ball there. I got the flick, it was the ball upwards. Need to make sure I get more to the right of that ball. Caught multiple touches though, not too much power. Okay, did a decent job getting underneath the ball. I'm definitely getting better at these, like, I think I call them top down. Did I get the reset here? No, I did not. I don't know why I thought I did. Well, I think I saw your what's it called chat. Just what's it called. Or I saw that you sent something. I just wanna what's it called finish these 10 minutes and then I'll look at it. All right, come on. Still looking for that musty with like a lot of power. Oh no, I put in my car so far. It's like had like a recoil or a wind up for it, which is like a little bit natural to the musty, but like not that much. Same thing there, not that much. Need to get underneath the ball. Come on. Yeah, I needed to set it up a lot faster. Right, as soon as I get like that touch, I don't know how to explain it, so I'll just like go through it visually. As soon as I get that touch, I need to be instantly aligning for musty. But instead, and I think probably top down would be best. It's like a tough scenario, but there's some way to get like a musty here. It's just awkward, right? Timer's going off, which means game sound is like decreased in volume. Which means I got 30 seconds left, but probably like 20 or 15 now. Alright, go back to the actual task. Okay. Come on. So I'm trying to see if I can get past this all. Try to get as far as possible to that right side, because like a lot of time I didn't do a good enough job of getting like opposite side. I just fumbled. Yeah, okay, doing a decent job of like making sure I'm getting opposite side now. Still having a really hard time, basically, aligning these top-down resets or musties, I mean. Alright, next decent musty. Gonna stop. Yeah, getting a little bit too close now at this point. Yeah, come on. Kind of have to rip it off like a band-aid, right? There's a certain like fastest musty time I can kind of push towards. So I should just kind of strive for a really fast alignment time and see where that gets me. Getting a little too far, like almost in front of the ball. Not almost, in front of the ball. So, alright, last attempt, because I need to move on. Interesting. Got a lot of power on that, it was weird. What's it called? Surely less reps are more accurate and more beneficial for muscle memory. I think quicker improvement would relate to efficiency as opposed to speed. How do you feel fast motion helps you remotely? It seemed like, well, there's not like a study done on like Rocket League specifically, but it's weird, but and counterintuitive. But it's like I don't know how to explain this. It seems like I don't know. It's weird. I feel like it's weird talking like in this scientific way, but due to the scientific literature, all right, apparently just getting a lot of reps and getting a higher amount of reps kind of cues your brain into improvement a little bit faster. Um, so basically, try to implement that. Right. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Is that like it's getting a repeated failed attempts and like a higher number of attempts cues the brain to like keying into the more successful attempts a little bit more, which is like I don't know, facet, weird facet of like the brain improvement. All right, next thing, 10 minutes. Kind of went a little bit over 10 minutes there, but okay, I'll restart timer. Oh man. All right, 10 minutes. Last time I did this, got to level 11, looking for a little bit more. All right, come on, trying to first try as many levels as possible. Clean turn. Looking for another clean turn here. Oh dang. Ideally, yeah, after the end of like the drift turn I'm looking for here, I want to get the ball, have the ball on top of me. Interesting. Honestly, if I can turn this around, I'll count it. Yep. Okay. Honestly, right now, close. Right now, non-ball cam, normal cam. Dribbling is crisp. Still like maintaining the stance, kind of trying to like, what's it called? First try as many levels as possible. Trying to get as many good attempts in as quickly as possible. All right, we have a musty level. Sync. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. I'm just gonna review that. Even though it didn't hit net, I still like count it, right? Because we're ideally what I want to do, get underneath the ball, and then okay, finally, okay, this is like the evolution of like kind of the process I've been doing, trying to improve on this type of musty. Yeah, okay, it's kind of weird how like the subconscious, like subconsciously, your brain does a lot of things like correct certain reps, but like also by consciously modifying reps, trying to be like, okay, let me get more underneath the ball, kind of like synergy provides a lot of improvement. Alright, so I just got underneath the ball into like that kind of sweet spot. Flipped into the ball. Okay, pretty simple. Alright, did a good job there. Trying to get past other levels as quickly. Again, trying to first try as many levels as possible. Seems like off the dribble I can do. Honestly, my musties after doing this for a while, because I have those like that musty level and another musty level later, it's like musties are just like elite at this point. Or okay, I want to say elite. Okay, I'll say they've gotten a lot better than they have been in the past. Here with this back flip, I'm looking for it to hit a little bit higher than like the bottom lip, right? So I basically want the contact point to be higher than like just barely hitting it. Which is fairly difficult, but I think I'll see a white trail on it if it's like, or at least a little bit of a white trail on it. But like, I don't think, yeah, it has to be a white trail like going more upwards than this, essentially, because that's too low. Also, I'm trying to make sure I'm not like skipping past like attempts that like are actually like decent. Sorry. Then this one. Okay. I think yeah. Also, after doing a bunch of reps of things like this, it's like my radar for like whether a rep is like good or not has gotten a lot better. And this applies to when I get later on into like training packs. Like my ability to see if something's in or not in game, like if like a shot is in or not in game, is like a lot better than it has been in the past. I know that for sure. Those are weird side effects of just doing a lot of like getting a lot of reps in max-wise. Alright, just want to look back at this rep. How high did that go? Okay, that went in. Still looking for that really high flick here. I wonder if like, is this worth the bottleneck? I'm trying to think about this, and the answer is like, okay, that was it. Because the answer is like, okay, I'll probably take like 3 days or so to advance past this stage where I'm getting stuck at level 11 a lot. With these flicks, I'm just looking for it to be, it's a little bit hard of a checkpoint. Looking for it to be above like half high in the net, right? If that makes sense. So like, I think that would be good. I can check. Yeah, that's about half right. Alright, so I'm trying to get that with both left and right. That's the idea of the shot. I just want to get extremely good at flicks. I think that was a little bit low. Let me go ahead and check. I need to get a little bit faster at this checking process. Yeah, no, it was a little bit low, I think. And it's kind of like paid off in that, like with my like side flicks, I'm able to get like a lot more power on them consistently. And, like I figured out a process that I want to do on them that works. But like comparatively, like flicks to like the things I practice later on with control, I feel like it's just like I know for a fact the later things where I'm just trying to control the ball and getting better at those is going to be more important than being able to like moon flick. It feels like. So then what do I do? Well, I know what I do. I lower the standards for this, so I move on to other levels and spend more time on the levels that I think are like more conducive towards improvement. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I feel kind of sad to do it because like I was just like, oh, lowering the bar is bad, but it's all everything's a trade-off, right? I can any time that I spend more on one level is time that I could be spending on another level. All right, here's another musty level because like with the musty levels, it's like this is a really useful mechanic in game. Crazy. All right, honestly, would not have gotten as good at like musties where like that was just like first try off the rip where I could do that if I did not like have musty levels where I basically forced myself to get a musty to pass. All right, here looking for like a very quick air dribble off the side. I have to jump with the ball before this place where the wedge intersects the ground, ideally. So I'm trying to get this pretty far off to the side. Nice, I'll take that. Honestly, just playing the game, I'll like maintain a lot of different types of mechanics. Also, why did a ball come on? I just completely forgot. Jeez, like, okay, I feel like getting to that ability of flick is worth it. Also, same thing here, I'm looking for a backflip, a left flick, and a right flick that I can catch. And then with the right flick, I'll just... Ah, dang. I mean, yeah, I knew what touch I was looking for. I had to get, like, underneath the ball, get a touch basically slightly up and to the right so I could land and get the ball. Okay, I could have... I mean, yeah, I could have read that, like, that was gonna land on the track. Alright. Here, looking for a speed flip. Been a while since I got into this level. That's crazy. Okay, but we're improving, so that's a good thing. Yeah, honestly, just playing 6-mans, I'll naturally improve at a lot of these skills. But by getting reps in them, I'll improve even faster. Still looking for that minimum of 5-6 mans today. Jeez, why did I do that? Because I'm not catching the air dribble backwards. It's just not happening, if that makes sense. Well, it's like doable, but like, I don't know. That's like a good strategy. Also, why am I struggling at this? This is not like... Okay. Just chill. Just chill. I was like, bro, why am I struggling at this? I don't know. I think I'm just making that harder for myself for no reason. Alright, here. Come on. Alright, here we're getting back to like the normal, what's it called? The normal levels. Oh my gosh, I sold that so hard. Oh my gosh. I just realized as soon as I jumped, I was like, oh no, this is chalked. This is chalked. I just messed up that flick completely. Okay. Wait, let me look at that again. What did I do wrong? Let me outline exactly what I did wrong. Oh my gosh. Let's go to Free Play Checkpoint. Like the plugin that I'm using to rewind and like unrewind is really useful. So I just got the ball too far to the right when I was trying to flick, and I was basically like positioning. The way I was trying to flick was I was trying to keep the ball to my left and then get that, I don't know, was it diagonal? Right? 45? Was it 45? 90? 90 degree? Alright, timer's going off, but because of how much I've rewinded and like other things, I'll say I have like a minute left as opposed to just 30 seconds. Alright. This is pretty simple here, just time it. Just gonna wait for this timing. Yep. Clean flick. To integrate more speed flip flicks into my game. I'll count it. I don't care. I don't care. Alright. Why am I slowing down this much? I mean, I'm kind of slowing down for the things to pass by. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say this is Last Life. Right. Pretty simple. Oh no. Don't sell this, don't sell this, don't sell this. Don't sell this, don't sell this, don't sell this, don't sell this. Alright, especially do not sell this. I'm gonna be okay. Alright. Level 20. Okay, level 22. I think that's the best in like months. Not months. Maybe months, honestly. Because I think that for whatever reason I've been stuck here for a long time. What's it called? Wait, level 22. That's crazy. That's ball cam best. That wasn't ball cam, that was normal cam. Normal cam personal best is 29. So honestly, just did a pretty good job there. Did a pretty good job there. That's nice. Okay. I'm kind of looking back at our tracker. Already noted these things down. Got level 8, got level 22. Really good. Maintain a pretty good like level focus throughout. Thinking about reps when I was talking, it was typically about like in-game concepts and things like that. I wasn't getting too distracted. Also didn't like go over time too much for both of them, right? Had some restraint to there. Just gonna wait like a little bit and then start my game up a little bit. Not a little bit, start my game up. Because I have to wait. You have to wait, otherwise like sometimes it just won't work if you click it too quickly after closing your game. Also have to restart after I move it to like higher game speed. Alright, let me look at this. What's it called? I think quicker, or what's it called? Oh no, I already read that. I suppose a greater number of reps is good, but especially at athlete levels things, it tends to be a high number of genuinely worthwhile or valid attempts that are beneficial. Yeah, that's true. It seems like most important thing, or I think the biggest concept, the biggest reason why I started like doing higher speed training is because the idea is that you just want to make your training harder than the game is, right? So I think at least no matter what, I'd be like progressing, or I'd be increasing the difficulty in some way, shape, or form to make it harder than in game what I have to do. I think I found that like by making a higher game speed, I increase. It's very simple, like way. You don't have to think about it too much. Like to increase, it's called difficulty, and also like everything transfers pretty much one-to-one back into like normal game mechanics, right? And like your brain adjusts temporally, pretty more than more than like I think I would think. Because at this point, since I've been doing it for a while, I think I said this earlier. When I get in game, it just doesn't even feel fat or feel slow or feel fast, right? It just feels like, okay, this is the speed I'm going at right now. Whereas like normally when you do it, it's like, okay, you set it to higher game speed. It looks really fast. It feels really fast. It feels like you do it, like things are flying by. And then once you go back to normal game speed, it's like it feels super slow. But like it's weird how like the brain adjusts so much that like even the transitions become like I don't even think about it at all. It isn't like going into 6 man to set. It doesn't feel slow even for a second. Um, One big reason is because like I do a lot of things between like this is like when I do my last high speed training thing, and I do all that before I get into the game. So obviously that spacing kind of helps bring me back down to normal speed. Okay. Right now, looking at what's called Eversax personal bests are 9 and 12. Last time I did this, I got an 8 and 9. 8 was pretty good. Biggest barrier here with ball can dribbling on Eversax is that I'll get stuck at level 4. So trying not to do that. Same concepts as before. Trying to make my first touch as good as possible. Trying to first try as many levels as possible. All right. I'm not sure if this is true or not. It feels like the reflections of the not the atmosphere, but yeah, but it's the atmosphere, the skybox on the ball have like, I don't know, increased in quality. Or like before, I don't think I'd noticed it as much. Alright. This level, we need to focus up. This level, ball cam and then non-ball cam is just so like extremely different. Also, the idea behind ball cam dribbling is that most of the time when I'm trying to control the ball in game, I have ball cam on. So the idea is like if I get good at dribbling a ball cam and all these different skills at ball cam, then or with ball cam at higher speed, then interesting. Then I can what's called control a lot better in game. It seems to hold true, right? All right. Okay. Also, trying to make sure I do this kind of like first touch pop thing. Okay, decent timing when the bar was gonna come around, and like I jumped at the right time, but I just flew in the wrong direction. I was trying to get the pop and then come back down and like catch the ball again. Alright. I keep forgetting. Trying to do this sort of like first touch sort of thing, right? Where I pop the ball up. I basically jump, get that like sort of first touch. I need to make sure I'm like flipping with the ball when I'm trying to pre-flip so I maintain control. Alright, come on. Main idea behind that first touch is like if I can, it's kind of like, what's it called? It's just like it's a first fast to gather touch where you're trying to get as much field progression while also maintaining control as quickly as possible. This type of thing happens in games so much that. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I don't know why I did that. Ayo, AJDJRL. Okay, bro. Okay, I got it. But like the problem is I turned off ball cam for no reason. Not for no reason. I know I turned off ball cam. Oh no, it's just like muscle memory. I turned off ball cam. But for some reason, I had this. I just had to like turn off, keep ball cam on. The whole point is this, I finish it with ball cam. Alright, gonna still do that. I'm gonna do this first touch thing until 5 minutes. Oh. Interesting. I keep forgetting to do it. Alright. Also, it's weird how like it parallels into soccer really like, not well, well basically well, like you kind of see like a first gather touch so much. Like kind of new to watching soccer. I keep turning out ball cam. This is just muscle memory. That's called. Kind of see that first gather touch in football or soccer a lot. I could have done a better job there. Right? Really, when I'm trying to come across and get a touch like that, I really want to be starting air dribble. Right? In fact, like one of the main ideas behind this whole shot is that like I want to get far enough that I can just get a really high pop and start an air dribble to the checkpoint. Want to pre-flip a little bit faster too. Don't want to mess up that badly initially. I don't know. I have a really hard time staying on the track, or stay going straight forward. I have to do a better job turning around. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know exactly what I have to do there to like catch the ball correctly, but there's a way. That's. I guess I just waited I didn't wait long enough before landing. That kind of makes the landing more treacherous. You just have a really hard time just keeping it straight. Okay, come on. I have to flip the right direction. Still have to do this first touch thing until 5 minutes. Interesting. Alright, I no longer have to do that first touch thing. I don't know. It's weird. It's a skill I want to practice, but I also don't want it to like fully bottleneck me this level. Also, sometimes I'm just starting to do it through muscle memory. Okay, really the ideal is that, honestly, after I get like 3 pops with the ball, it should be like, as long as I'm good enough at getting like first touches on the air dribble, I should be able to get like a free air dribble to the end. Just turned it way too much. It's annoying. Because I could realize there, okay, I'm getting off to the right side, but I just like turned it way too much. I need to just think about my landing a little bit more. I forgot that like I can get like hit by that first on a bar, even if I jump too early. Come on. Yeah, I mean it is just hard to like stay on axis with the ball. Like do all the dribbling and catching things that I have to do. Right, it's a 3D space, it's hard to navigate correctly all the time. Did not have to go for that air dribble. So I think I could have stuck the landing, the ball. Come on. Okay. Number one is like on the air dribble, as soon as I get that touch, I should be able to pretty much carry it. Ideally to at least to the ground in between some of the bars. But I can carry it to the end, it's like possible. I just need to be good enough at air dribbling. Okay. This is overshot to the left, pretty much. Yeah, catching with ball cam is like a complete different ball game than like everything else. Or not everything else, normal cam. Because with normal cam you have the what's called the circle on the ground for reference, which makes it. Also, I have a lot of practice because that's like the main mode. I've been doing it with. Main camera view I've been doing it with the whole time I played RL. Didn't remember to double jump. It's hard to tell. Sometimes you don't have to double jump. Especially like if the ball's to one side of your car or not, then it'll like push it down. So you have to like make sure you double jump just to clear. Or if I jump through. Jeez, I need to air dribble a lot better. Come on. Jeez, okay, jeez, this is not planning out well. Or thinking about like my air dribbles over the course of these 10 minutes have not been good. But or at least first touches, or at least second touches. I don't know. All the touches kind of been lackluster. But that's why I'm practicing. I think I hit Bacchus Mod there. That's why it looked weird. Just rewinding. Because, like, pretty sure, yeah, I accidentally hit the down button. And yeah, that's why it moved after I hit it. I don't know, sometimes, I feel like I also find that that happens more for me than I notice from a bunch of other people. But that's also, I'm in my body, so, like, I know it happens on accident a lot more. Where, like, if I'm doing, like, a really intensive move, I'll, like, sometimes accidentally hit my D-pad. Also, how did I sell that? It's weird. I don't know, it seems like a lot of the times when I jump up with the ball, I'm really not mentally prepared to start an air dribble. And it's just not good enough. Alright, here. I mean, yeah, it's possible. That's a hard touch to get it up and like still forward enough while being in front of the ball like I was. It's difficult, but definitely doable. Most important thing is just keeping the ball above me. So yeah, like I said before, the alignment to make sure I'm popping the ball up is a lot more difficult with ball cam. I'll say this is the last attempt, right? Dang. Honestly, it's half decent first touch. Actually, not really, because I threw the ball away. I just had to get a little bit more under it so I could like continue an air dribble. All right, what was that, level 4 for ball cam? How long do you train for? Wouldn't some of the parts be easier without ball cam? Are you parasliding every time you land? Not really, right? Or if that's, I don't know if that's like coming from like a higher place or a lower place. Oh, okay. Or I'm not sure if it's coming like you want me to give you a tip, or it's like you're kind of checking that I'm doing what's correct. Is that right? I'm not sure why like I illustrated that difference. It doesn't really matter. But no, like especially a lot of time if I'm landing straightforward or not straightforward, I'll kind of. Sometimes I should. But a lot of the time I'm really looking for like instant traction. I'm not looking to slide for a little bit. That's most of the time, because especially with the dribbling, I have to catch it, and I typically have to be facing forward very quickly. And power slide usually means that like I won't be facing forward very quickly. Like either I'm off to the right, and I really need to start moving underneath the ball, or like point my car forward. So usually not in that case. I'm D3. Take that as you. Yeah, I mean yeah, that's kind of how it sounded, or yeah, kind of how it sounded. But there were two possibilities in my head. But not really. No ball cam. Looking for like a level 9 here. Alright. Trying to first try as many levels as possible. Yeah, not really. I'm just, most of the time, I'm just trying to align everything correctly so I catch the ball without needing to use power slide. Right. I think it's also, part of it's like muscle memory in that like I'm used to landing a lot without power sliding. Almost certainly some scenarios where power sliding would be beneficial, but it seems like those are the minority as opposed to the ones where I just want to land without power slide. If I don't have an, yeah, that's level 4 is just 10 times easier without ball cam. Also, the point of it is like I want to spend that 10 minutes trying to control with ball cam, even though it would be easier without ball cam. I don't think I answered that part. Okay. It's like trying to. Well, actually, I forgot what else. I think I was talking about ball cam. It's interesting because, or no, I think I was talking about power slide. Yeah, it is sped up to 1.3. Trying to make it harder. Oh no. I'm trying to think a little bit. Or, I don't know, I think where I finished off was this. Seems like it's in the minority. Where like I would want to power slide to catch the ball. Though there are definitely sometimes I might want to. Oh yeah, I think I was going to talk about like the edge cases. Because sometimes I don't have enough time to fully orient myself. So if I'm landing like this, or like something like that, I might really want to continue my momentum forward. So kind of like a quicker solution, I could just press the square and make sure kind of correct a little bit faster as opposed to like landing a certain way. So I think those are the cases where like basically when I don't have time to adjust with my like just air roll and like moving my car, then that's when I'll use power slide. But those are kind of like the edge cases. But for certain like shots, like trying to land on the ceiling a lot of the time for like a ceiling shot, if you're jumping to a ceiling, a lot of the time you might want to power slide because you just don't have enough time to adjust. Is that good? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Because, okay, this is a musty level. I want to get like a decent power on the musty. Or a decent power on the musty if I'm going to count it. Yeah, I'll count it. Alright. Kind of trying to like clarify what I want on this level, so it's not too subjective. I want either like a crazy amount of power on easy setup, kind of like that. I think yeah, I would count that, or a decent amount of power on like a harder setup. I'm trying to look back at this one. All right, so this was the one I passed on. So is this a hard or easy setup? I think it's like. Honestly, I want a little bit better of one here. I'll say it like, I don't know, I still passed level 6. I feel like that was an easy setup and I got a decent amount of power on it. I think I could do better. Either a lot more height, or a lot more power, or both, or a harder setup. Kind of boosted away from the ball, which obviously made the musty worse. Honestly, I'll take that. That was, I think, a harder setup, and I got around to one side of the ball, and I got a lot of power. Yeah, okay. Here, just looking for, this is non-ball cam, normal cam, car cam. Looking for a flick, that basically is like upper half of the checkpoint, right? So just a banger of the flick off the side that's upper half of the checkpoint. So I'm not sure if that would have been it if it went in, but something like that. Oh yeah, I was stuck. Really important that I get, I'll alternate sides every time I get like a decent version of what I'm looking for. So like that, it's like, okay, wait, before I switch to the left side again, I want to make sure I get like that, something like that, even though that's not it. And I'm trying to get this over both sides. Also, I think like thinking back to like the musty thing, raising my standards a little bit. Not raising, keep trying to maintain my standards is like really important for like certain levels. Especially since like I got it quickly, so I knew like I was doing relatively well in musty, so it didn't take me that long to just get something that was up to par. Is that it? I cannot tell. What's a rewind? Let's say right there. Is that it? I would count it, yeah. What's it called? Using a free play checkpoint to... So now I need one over that right side that was a little bit low. Do a better job. If I'm like going for that sort of thing, I have to get underneath the ball a little bit. Or I make sure I'm like getting underneath the ball. Also, try not to pinch it with the wall, though. I do a pretty good job of not counting it, not mistaking if it gets pinched by the wall. Doesn't count, just a little bit too low. Just looking for a banger of a flick. Definitely gotten a lot more consistent at these as time has gone on. I did a little bit better of a job getting underneath the ball. There, I kind of just missed a reset. I think I realized too late that the reset was actually what I wanted to go for. What else could I have gone for here? I don't. Okay, wait. I don't want to spend too much time looking at this, but so that happened. Could have gone for like an air dribble. Could have gone for a reset. Okay. Just gonna go back to this. I just want to make sure like I knew what happened in that scenario, how I could improve off of it. Alright, yeah, and as long as I don't spend too much time looking at like specific scenarios like that, I'm okay with it. That's how no, yeah, that was way too low. Come on, still looking for that banger of the flick over the right side of the wall. Tempted to go back and like replay that one scenario, but like can't do that too many times. Alright. I'm gonna just stay underneath the ball, kind of switch as I come off the ground. Switch to the right side of the, and then get that flick off. Trying to stay in that circle as long as possible. Didn't do a good job of switching to that right side because I gotta hit it back into towards the center with the flick. I think got a little bit ahead of the ball. Interesting. Wait, how fast did that go? I'm curious. It didn't, okay, I thought it like pinched off of me. That was just because I was so close to the wall, it looked like it was going quick. What else? Alright, come on. We're gonna get past this level and I get stuck here. As high as I needed it to be, just not in enough. Not high enough. Come on. Okay, getting more decent flicks, just not the one I'm looking for. Did an okay job getting back to that ball, but still looking for that banger. Oh, just didn't jump in time. What's that? I don't think that was hitting. Or hitting the bottom. Oh no. Alright, timer is at 10. I'll give it until 10:30. So, good? Nope. Second to last attempt. I think. Yep, this is the last attempt. Jeez. I got it over to the other side, which is honestly really rare for some reason. How did I do that? I got it really far to the right side of this ball. I got in front of it as well, so not too much like forward momentum, just hitting it to the left. That's where most of it went. Okay, level 7. Alright, level 7's where you got to with normal cam. You really said Rocket League isn't hard enough. Oh, actually, yeah, now that I think about it, a lot of these things, I started off at like normal speed, and then I just started raising it, right? Once it got like to a certain level of difficulty. And then I think there was one moment where I pretty much just like switched everything to 1.3 or something. Because honestly, yeah, there were moments where I was getting, not moments, or yeah, I played Eversax at normal speed. I was getting to a lot farther, but then now I'm just like not there yet right now. Or there are moments, okay, wait, I feel like I did a horrible job of just creating a sentence there. All right. I used to play Eversax at normal game speed. All right, let me use my words. And then I would get a lot farther. And then I decided I want to make it harder. All right. And that's the stage I'm at right now, making it harder. With Impossible Rings, I think there are probably like 2 stages of this where I did it at normal speed, then I upped it to like 1.3 or 1.2, and then now I've upped it all the way to 1.5. All right. So there are levels. There are levels to it. Got level 7. Oh, going on break. Not unfortunate for me. Uh, idea behind breaks is just like if I'm actually putting my full brain power into something, then I'll need rest time to like get back up to full efficiency. Um, so I'm going on break. All right. The most I do is slow mo before games. Ba-ba, ba-ba. Let's see. My brain is working at 0.5 speed. 15-minute break. All right, like it outlines. So what the schedule says. If I could change it, I would. If I could change it, I would. Sorry, I'm gonna be right back in 15 minutes. Is that your coach? Who's my coach? I have no idea who my coach is. Or what's it called? Or I don't have a coach. But I also don't know what you're talking about. If that makes sense. Or nobody makes this routine for me. I do. No, yeah, that's all me. It's all me. Wait, let me update my record. Yeah, I'll be right back. Or not right back. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Sorry. 14, 18. All right. Okay, okay, we're back. What's happening? Right now, I am doing 20 minutes of air dribble gauntlet. Alright, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Let's get into it. Alright, did a decent job, or did, I guess, a perfect job of being back in time before break, right? Had problems with that in the past, but now we're past them. Hopefully, or we're moving past them. Realistically, it's probably gonna happen. It might happen later today, where I'm just like, timer goes off and I'm like not back for like 10 minutes. But we're gonna try our best for that to not happen. Right here, just trying for every single attempt to be as good as possible. I think that's my biggest bottleneck, especially in air dribble gauntlet, is that I will not try hard. I'll put like as my forward most focus on every single shot. And I have to. Alright. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Okay. What is this looking like? Did I do everything correctly? I'm pretty sure I did. Okay. Ideally, I get to level 8 in under 10 minutes on this clock up here. Okay. Oh, I didn't have to stop that attempt there. Alright, come on. Oh, dang. Definitely gotten a lot better, more comfortable with pre-flips in game. Which is good. Just a small thing to note. Definitely been some benefits to the period, or definitely been some good aspects to like making sure I've been playing like 5-6 minutes a day minimum. I don't know how many days I've done that. I think like 3 days, maybe 4. But there are going to be more benefits to like actually going through consistently with the routine, right? Trying to get my play as close as possible to pro play. Stat reset. I missed. Just really continuously focusing on that. Okay, I was confused where to jump for a second. Where to flip for a second. As soon as like this happened. As soon as I got that reset, I was like, okay, I know I can flip, but like, I need to know exactly where to flip. So here, and then I did a decent job, getting a good touch. Alright, come on. Here, really trying to put down that focus I was talking about earlier. Just every rep. The concept of just getting touches that allow me to stay underneath the ball. This kind of applies to a lot of different controls that I might want to get in game as well. The concept of just trying to figure out a way to touch the ball, move it forward while also staying underneath the ball. Close. Ah, dang. I think I was really scared, or I know I was really scared of hitting that like top rib. Right, if you go too high, you'll hit it. If I go too high, I'll hit it. So, kind of stalled out, but I stalled out for way too long. I just have to have a better depth perception, or develop a better depth perception. That's a scenario where I should be holding power slide. I just thought I would land correctly though. Nice, that's clean, that's clean. I'm gonna look back at that one more time. Pretty simple. Just did a good job making sure I got those touches that allow me to move the ball forward while also staying underneath it. Didn't get too high here, right? So I didn't have to be too scared about hitting that rib, and then some finishing touches, making sure I'm getting the ball slightly over to the right, and that. Be able to get that in. All right. Tried for the reset, did not work out. Should have held power side a little bit longer there. Alright, here I'm going to be looking for a little bit more vertical height on the first part of the air dribble. Ah, dang, close. Come on. It's definitely doable. Just had to do a better job of like recovering the ball later on into the air dribble. Ah, dang. Just cut that a little bit too much. Didn't realize. I was going a little bit overboard there, the turn. One thing I didn't realize, it's like wall dashing is like the most, I think the most intensive like muscle thing, kind of. That like there's like a muscle you have to trigger to like wall dash, but like air dribble gaunt was one of the most intensive things on my fingers, where like it just like it takes a lot to make these adjustments with my fingers. Like I can feel them, I can feel them actively getting fatigued because it's a lot. I missed that reset. I flipped the wrong way. Oh. So we're gonna get up as quickly as possible. Get to that level 6. I put myself in a decent position, just had to capitalize. That is life, in a nutshell. Just stalled for a little bit. Close. Dang, that's tough. Almost got it, right? Did a good job. I thought this was going to be too far forward for me, but did a good job recovering it and getting some height. I don't think this was necessary. Like, I point my car forward there to try and put my car in the process of turning around. That kind of works, but like, honestly, if here instead, I mean, it kind of like is the like, because I can't push it more. I have to get basically to the left side of this ball. That's what I need to do. Honestly, I guess like my muscle memory was right there, and that like it's really hard to do anything else because I have to get over to that left side of the ball and behind it, left side underneath and behind it, in order to like progress it, and it almost worked out. Okay. Come on, still looking for that. Oh dang, got over to that. What is it? Right side? Yeah, right side one. No, left side. What? Left side of the ball would I really need to push it to the left from the right side? Bro, I'm so confused. No, yeah, I got over to the left side of the ball here, and the ring is also to the left, so it doesn't work out that we have to get to the right side of the ball to push it to the left where the ring was. I missed that reset. Come on, still have to get up. Okay, yeah, that height wasn't really too helpful there. A little bit too high. That was dumb. I pretty much had the keys to the kingdom there. I just had a. I think I just underestimated how high this was, basically. That's how I'd say it. I missed that reset. I missed the alignment there for the aerial. Got a backflip out of it. Doing a good job of not throwing the ball away super often. Even there on that field attempts, just kept with the ball, could stay under it, get in front of it even. Just gonna chill for a little bit. It's a weird thing where like I realize if I chill for a little bit, I should come back a little bit better with this air dribble gauntlet. I missed that. Or didn't get the touch I was looking for. Dang. Honestly did a decent job of getting height in like that middle phase there, but honestly I thought at this point that dribble was dead, but did a decent job of like maintaining it. Here just need to focus more. I definitely put in my card too far forward, right, and allowed the ball to drop a lot more than I really wanted it to. So here like yeah, need to do a better job of like getting underneath the ball while still not like letting it drop too far. Okay, I'll take that. Try to get high enough. Same thing here. Oh, I didn't realize I landed on wall for like a quick second. Oh my gosh. Okay, interesting. I had no idea this was going in, like until it did. Um, did a decent job getting height. Made sure I got to the right side of the ball here. Started pushing it more and more to the right because I knew I was like definitely heading towards that right wall. Then just made it in. Crazy. Okay. Did not make it in under 10 minutes, but that's okay. Here, just looking for the ring that's underneath. Dude, how difficult this shot is, even with all the time in the world. It's like there, it kind of makes sense because I got a horrible first touch. But like, dang. Nice, okay. Okay, and then on this level, I'm just gonna keep going for until 23. I'm gonna try and get a double reset here. So basically trying to get a double reset into the net where get the first reset, pre-flip into the next reset, then flip into the ball to hit it into the ring. I want to do a decent job, or the best job possible of, at the very least, putting all my like attempts into like the attempting the correct strategy with all my attempts basically. Which is essentially get first reset, pre-flip so that I get opposite side / underneath the ball from the ring, and then hopefully that pops it up enough. My car stays in a good enough position that I can pre-flip into that, and then pre-flip into the ring. Alright, so I was so confused for a second. What did I have to do? How do I have to air roll here? So I did a decent job of like, after this touch, getting my car in a decent position, but then it's hard. Have to make sure I, what's it called, like kind of pre-turn. It's kind of a prerequisite of the a lot of pre-flip resets is that I have to pre-turn a little bit in order for my like the bottom of my car to come around by the time I want the reset. Interesting. Okay, it's 23 already, so also since this is at 1.3 speed, for it to actually reach 20 minutes, it has to reach 26 on this in-game timer. Here, just trying to go as high as possible. last time I did this level, it's like the highest I'd ever gotten. Air dribble gauntlet. Seeing if I can replicate that, basically. Yeah, going until that top box says 26. Missed that reset. Yeah, something I've realized recently is that I'm just not good at resets, like double multiple resets. Like, these scenarios, I'm just like floundering. Accidentally pressed the box on my button there, but oh well. I tried for that blind. I'm just fighting against that wall. Oh, I tried to drive through. Interesting. Oh, okay, time's at 26. Gonna stop at the next decent attempt I get. I think for most things I try to leave off with like good muscle memory, so basically a little bit higher than that. Is an attempt I'd like to end off with. Also, I think by like trying to end off on a good attempt, it also like brings me back down to earth and like realizing how good I'm at something. I think that was about the same, so just looking for a little bit higher. Nice. Oh my gosh, I completely misread that. Jeez. Completely misread it again. Okay, honestly that was really high, so obviously a lot higher than the bar that I set earlier, so I'm gonna go to replay it, see what I did well. So here, got a good couple touches, kept gathering the ball, did a decent job of like, yeah, just continuing the ball upwards. I think it was like at this point, the ball wasn't lost, but like, especially at this point where I keep pushing it into the side, it was like gonna be very difficult to stop pushing it, get around it, and then like continue it upwards. I tried to land, that was not clean or anything. I just completely missed. Okay, time for me to get out of here. Alright, next thing, level 8. Got to level 8. I don't know how long it took, like 20 minutes. I guess I'll note it down since I remembered it. What's it called? Got level 8. I'll just say 8 in 20. I guess I'm just starting to track when I get to level 8, because that is kind of like the checkpoint right now. I'm having trouble getting past that. Or like the goal is to, a lot of time the goal is to just get to that level as quickly as possible. So I don't want to take like too much focus away from actually like passing that level and getting good enough at air dribbles to like get past it. Maintain a decent amount of focus. You got that. Pretty good amount of focus. Alright, now going to training pack. Pretty simple. Shots by ISO3. What is this? What is... Okay. Oh, I wasn't transitioning from my controller. From my mouse. Alright, going at 1.3 speed. Just going straight into it. Now it's getting a little too warm in here. I hate I don't know. This like heater is so finicky. It's like sometimes it's too cold, sometimes too hot. Okay, trying to make sure I didn't run over any cords. Okay, pretty simple. Going into this first shot. Let me see what I got last time. Last time I did this, got 2, which is meh. Looking for mainly a really good average shot on this, right? I want to be getting really close to the top lefts and top rights I'm looking for. I'll start with arrow right, top left, and then we'll go from there. All right, gonna start timers. 30-minute one and 5-minute one for the specific shot. Okay, let's get into it. Oh, I said arrow right, top left. Trying to make it every attempt as good as possible. Come on. Alright. Looking for that top left. Really important that I get there. Get the ball there. Going a little bit too high on a lot of these attempts. My car is a little bit too high, so I'm not putting enough height on the ball. That's what I mean. Really important that I read the elevation, the setup extremely precisely, so I can get the ball to the correct elevation, into the top left. A lot of shots are really not going towards that top left. I'm gonna have to fix that. Getting a little bit of like a cramp in my thumb. Come on. Just not reading the backboard the best that I could. Need to remember, I need to turn before jumping. I have to read it where the ball is going to be, not the ball where the ball is right now. Yeah. That wasn't in, but let me see how close it was. Close, a little bit too far right and too far low. Come on, I have to do a much better job. kind of trying to get the front of my car to hit it. It's that top corner. I was lost there. The shot is abysmal right now, bro. Okay, wait. Let me think about something. Alright, I'll go for a little bit longer then. I might want to look back into the VOD of like when I was doing really well at this. See like what's different at this point. Just really not excelling at this shot like I know I can. If that makes sense. And it's not like this like a single slump day. Feels like that's been happening for a while. Let me see. Let's see. What was it last? Okay. Is it worth it to do this right now? I don't know. I don't think it is. How about this? Next time, yes, tomorrow, if I'm doing the same thing, not really improving too much, then I'll look towards like. Bro, what? I just heard like a random sound. Might have been my chair. Like it sounded like someone's opening a door or something. Check out. Check it out. Check out the scene. I can see the door right in front of me, so I know that didn't open. Close. Like those are the shots I'm looking for. A lot of the time, I'm just really not I'm doing such a bad job of reading the ball that I have to like turn my car sideways or something with a touch. Okay, I'll get back there. I know for a fact I'll get back there just a virtue, like to that level, like I think I was doing it before, just through the virtue of like getting reps in and like focusing. But do I just get back there faster? Like, why am I hitting this to the complete opposite side of the net that I want to hit it to? It's like I haven't changed the settings at all, or at least I don't think so. The shot has been the same for a while. I don't know. Alright. I think, actually, I want to do this right now because I'm going to do this at some point. Let's see. So just scrolling up on the side here. Seems like best day for this. I think I even noted it down here because I remember I was doing really well at this, and then I was like kind of just went down in level. It's like the next day I just didn't do as well. Not only did not do as well, it's like I really wasn't like getting a good average shot, which was like what I said I was going into today looking for. So this is 11:30, so I assume I started before before or like in the previous day, so like 11:29, 11:29 VOD is what I'm looking for. I just want to look at how was I doing it. Let's see. $11:29 VOD is what I'm looking for. So November 29th VOD. I just want to look for training pack. It's taking some time to load. Okay, I was afraid like this would take too much time, but I don't think this will take a crazy amount of time. Alright. It was a Champions Field buff, alright. Because I was on Champions Field. That's a joke. Let's see. Like here, I was just like getting really consistent shots to the top left and top right. I was doing at least a decent job of like getting the ball somewhat consistently to that part of the net, right? Whereas it feels like now I'm not doing that. It feels like I'm kind of hedging away. By hedging, or not hedging away. By hedging away, I mean like pre-moving the opposite direction, right? Where I need to like hit the ball from for it to get into that top right. It also feels like I have a much earlier decent read of like where the ball is coming from. And a lot of the shots I'm getting are somewhat basically an end adjustment close to like it being into that top right or something like that. But then again, now thinking about it, this wasn't. I say this is like my best average shot day, and I wasn't doing like crazy well on the average shot. But then again, I was still like, well, oh, okay. Well, probably I was doing well for like how I perceived it or how I've done in the past, but it's still not like a really, really good average shot. It's like a lot of these are still going very far away. Um, but point is that like just a lot more consistent, like getting shots just closer. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I just like, I think a couple things are happening where like I think I overestimated how good I was at them. It's weird because I have an objective measure, which is like how many top lefts and top rights, and I count that. But I also have like the subjective measures. Like this felt like the best average shot day, and then I also did get like a lot of top lefts and top rights. So I think one my subjective like measure of how I was doing was a little bit too high, I guess. Right, the average shot really wasn't like that crazy good. Or the average shot, it being my best average shot looks different than I thought than I think it is, right? Basically, I noted it down as the best average shot, but like still most of the shots were going basically way where they weren't going into like the right, even remotely the right direction. So like I don't know, it's weird. Weird how I like review it with like rose-colored glasses when I'm in the moment. Because yeah, it's just harder to tell all the mistakes you're making when you're like still in the thick of it. All right, next thing, got 0 on that. Next shot, hopefully next shot does better. I feel like next shot is also another shot where I've been like, okay, my average shot has been relatively good. So this next one, looking for that top left, top right. And I feel like definitely has gotten better over time. I think subjectively I'm correct relatively, aka it was my best average shot and that I was doing better than I think I have in the past, but probably. Or it was like, at least it was like somewhat close, I think. But just not as good as I think it is, right? My best isn't as good as I think it is in these training packs. All good. That's the point of doing them, just so I get better. Alright, come on, that opposite corner. I'm trying to just focus and lock in as hard as possible every single shot, trying for that top left or top right, just the far side top corner. Oh, come on. Look for that top right. trying to autopilot as little as possible, basically. Kind of, yeah, basically focusing on making as many conscious adjustments as possible for every single shot. A lot of it's gonna be incorrect, but like the point is that like I'm truly focusing on it. Have to get it up a little bit higher there. When the ball's bouncing earlier, I have to get up higher. Close. A little bit too far. Same thing there. One thing I noticed, actually, for some reason I just noticed it now, is that on my right shot, as opposed to my left shot, I'll go more for some like a motion like that, and on my right shot, I'll go more for like the front flip, basically. I'll go more for the diagonal flip. On the left, and more for the forward flip on the right side. Something I didn't notice. They're both like diagonal flips, but one's more like, it's like more forward. A more forward diagonal flip, where like on this one I really feel like I go for that side flip. It's more like a diagonal side flip. If that makes sense. Okay, that's like that's like a thing I would only notice if I was like kind of paying attention, so. Or was, yeah, like kind of hyper focusing on like what my movements look like. Though it might not even be true, to be honest. It might be like a much smaller trend than I think it is. Come on. Okay, timer went off, so I'm looking for one top left and one top right. Starting now. I think that's one top left. I think. I'll count that. I'll count that. I'm looking for one top right. I guess let me look back at it. Yeah, I count that. Still looking for that top right though. Come on, gotta get across. Close. Is that it? I cannot tell. It's really hard to tell. Okay, this glitchy replay is gonna happen. That's alright though. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Interesting. Okay. Honestly, oh, I can just keep rewinding. I'm looking at it. Is that top right? Yeah, that's top right. Yeah, that's top right. Okay. Did it, so we're moving on. Especially since I spent so much time on that first shot, I have to move on a little bit faster. Did good. Did good on that shot. Or did well. I think that's, yeah, that's correct grammar. Or I guess it's the opposite. Well, if I'm noting it down and I'm just putting the word good or well down, I put good, but that I did well. I don't know, I'm like specifying this. Alright, we move on. We move on, alright. Looking for that double tap. This is double tap. Very rare that I get it, but today could be the day. Alright, looking for that top. Oh. Arrow left, top right. And about like halfway through the time, but 5 minutes. I'll switch. Should be scoring that. Good job getting over to that right side of the field, or the net. Just have to get it to that top right. Close. Oh, dang. Come on. Definitely like a hard task to like snipe it into that top right, but or top left, but I believe. Good job getting like making sure I could hit it off the back wall again, but need a little bit more separation. Didn't I expect myself to bounce off? Let's go. Ask Hexy if what's it called, the age restriction blocked any what's it called features for him. Come on, still looking for that arrow left, top right. Gonna switch over to arrow right after the shot. Nice. Okay. Top right. Close. I think that was lower than, because in this case, I don't think it's necessarily possible to shoot top right, but the ball can still go through that top right, and it was still a little bit low there when it entered the net, the frame of the net. Come on. To get an easier first touch to get over to that top right. I don't think I've really thought about like that aspect too much before. Pretty much with the first touch has just been like, okay, just get it high enough, and then wherever it lies, get it into that top right. Close. Honestly, got it really close to that top right. There, I need to read that bounce a little bit better. Come on. Close. Should have been a booster goal. But I got it close to that top right, so. Alright, come on. Got it in, but still to that top right. Got the bounce decently, but I kind of just ended up there anyways. Come on, had to get a little bit higher. Almost had it. Close. That might have been it, possibly. Or like... Wait, first. Or by it, I mean, what's it called? It might have been in if I actually like hit down target. I'm trying to think about, was it this one? Yeah. If I hit this... What's that? Actually, I think, yeah, that was a little bit too high, actually. Never mind. I was going to say, it looked like it bounced just to the right of the top right. That's what I was looking for, obviously. Not the best. Alright, next thing, 2 minutes looking for what's it called? Shots above half goal height with power in a row, and that's what I'll count. The highest number of that I can get in a row consecutively. It's 1. I'll count by the end of the 2 minutes. Alright, we're at 2 so far. It's 1. 2 is the highest number I've gotten in a row consecutively. It's 2. It's 3. Dang. 3 so far. Come on. That's 1. Just 1. Just completely missed that. Just reset that for no reason. Almost got the top right. I just keep accidentally like resetting it. I don't know. It's tough. It's a little bit too low. Went a little bit too high with my setup. Forgot to flip somehow. Close. Close. Interesting. Do I count that? That was interesting. I never really approached it like that. For pretty decent reason. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Oh, I hit that too high. That's 1. I think I'm like flinching with my face whenever I go for the shot. Like building up so much tension. Come on. I think that's 1. It's 2. It's 3. Okay. 3 is the highest that I got there. Pretty much once the timer goes off, I'm just looking for the highest streak after 2, and then I'll stop. And then I hit that while the alarm's going off, so 3. Alright. We'll take it. Okay. Mainly because like I got a bunch of like close ones to 3. Or like multiple streaks of 3, so it was like somewhat consistent. Well, okay, still like somewhat inconsistent, right? Because if I'm getting a max of streak of 3, probably had like 20 attempts at least. It's not even like a half success rate. But we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, next thing. What am I looking at? I'm looking at 5 minutes ceiling double reset. Ceiling double reset. All right. Bro, holy. My Windows is just lagging. I am not a coach. Just a gamer. Just a player. Alright, come on. For that ceiling double. Did an okay job. Still got a little bit, what's it called, too low before getting reset. Ah, dang. Have to read that a lot faster. Good a lot better at getting those wall dashes consistently. Decent shot. Okay, I have to do a better job of like making sure I'm actually hitting it to ceiling. I have to hit it to like a more manageable spot for me to. A little bit too close to net. I don't think that'd actually ever go through some like a rank B defense. Even. Let's try for some sort of like flick there. Let's to reset. How do I feel about that? I don't know. I guess I got too close into the box before getting the reset, but I say decent shot. I think, I don't know, there's a bit too much there's a bit of a temptation here when I get this reset to flip to the left, but really I need to be flipping to the right, or some variation of flipping to the right. Because that's where I'm going to get the power. Also switching alternating arrows every attempt. Pinch. Trying to do a little bit better of a job hitting the ball into myself. Dang, the ball just popped too far off of me. Have to, might want to do a job like a better job if I get the reset really quickly. Which also typically means the ball like hits my car harder. I might want to like wait a little bit instead of instant flipping. Because I feel like I know instant flipping off the reset is definitely the habit as of right now. And I feel like it works, just not the scenario I just described. Where I might want to wait a little bit, wait like a quick second after getting the reset. Like there, it kind of works to instant flip, but there are other cases where, oh my, if I got that reset, that's basically what I want, right? Ideally, it's just like getting an extremely quick reset plus multiple touches, which makes it unchallengeable until like this point. Now they can jump off the wall or jump off the ground to challenge, and then if I have the reset at this point, then I can outplay quickly. It's like the end game of the shot, basically. Good reset. I'm finding that more and more that the reset I'm actually looking for basically is going to be high of the net, because I want that reset above the goal height and before the box. Which means that it's typically going to go high unless I do a really good job of like directing it to one side or the other. Missed that reset. Ah, dang. Should have gotten that touch, even if it wasn't in. Ah, come on. Let's do it. I kind of just hit it off to the side there. Ah, I missed the double. Alright, time's going off, which means we got 30 seconds. Just trying to end with a decent shot. So far, I just did all right today on this. What the heck? It just like kind of tapped me out for a second. It was rude. Oh, I didn't think I got that reset for some reason. Ideally, I'm basically just like slamming the ball off ceiling into myself really quickly. Oh, I missed that reset. I tried for like a pop touch. Close. Come on. Alright. Go ahead and stop here. After this attempt. Okay, just have to move on. Which I'm doing a little bit okay of a job on. Right, first shot took like 7 minutes or 10 minutes or 11 minutes. No, it was 11 minutes. I just forgot when it's supposed to take 5. But that was for like, I think a decent reason. I'm just noting down basically how I did a little bit. on the shot I just did. Alright, did it okay. Kind of having a lot of things here. I'm just doing okay. Doing okay. But that's, okay sometimes. It's okay. It's good. Just getting back into it. Alright, here looking for glancings. Basically the idea that I just missed it. I want to get like a touch going to ceiling like that. That's the type of shot I want to go for. If possible, whenever possible in this training pack, I want to like prioritize recovery at certain points in time, so it's just ingrained into my muscle memory. It's funny to realize that the more ingrained, the more I actually do it in game, the more I'll do it here. Decent ground double. So what I'm saying is like, after just playing the game consistently, a lot of mechs I do kind of get more down. I could have gone. I think more height would be required to get this past somebody, right? So here I was a little bit too idle and like boosting towards the ball, right? You see how I'm long. I tried for a touch. I didn't try for a reset there. I tried with something there. That was interesting. What did I try for? Or I know I was trying for like a quick turn where like I dig myself into the ground so much that I like turn. And that's basically what I did. I just didn't do it in the right place. That's a weird mechanic. Or not, it's like half a mechanic, right? And that I think the recovery takes too long. That like I don't know, creative. Good that I creatively came up with it in that scenario. Decent reset. I don't know about that. Come on. Interesting. Definitely feeling mechanical. Okay, decent like spatial awareness because I knew I was to the right side of the net, so it's like okay, I can get under this so I get like something to the left or reset to the left. Which kind of makes sense. Though it was a little bit slow, right? I pretty much want to be like full boosting as quickly as possible in order to actually beat somebody, maybe coming off back wall or something. Alright, kind of trying to refocus a little bit. I think like I was getting in reps of different types of shots, mainly because I was like failing at the glancing. I was basically improvising, but really the main goal right now is to like kind of master this sort of like shot going to the ceiling. Right? It's the glancing. I call it a glancing because I get a glancing blow before going to the ceiling. Missed that reset. Interesting. Definitely a lot more consistent and must use at this point. I could have held power slide, but I didn't. I just completely panicked there. Okay. Feeling somewhat saucy. Alright, got enough sleep last night. I don't know. Okay, I don't know why I just said those two things. I mean, okay. I already know that, like, I want to make sure I get enough sleep, so, like, sleep is never the bottleneck. So that's why I said that. It's like, oh, okay, because it's really important for, like, skill development that you get good sleep so that, like, skills consolidate, right, day after day. Because you want to really solidify something. It's really important that you get good sleep after. That was interesting. Just missed that reset. Alright, timer's going off. Since I got 30 seconds left. What am I looking for? I'm looking for just a good shot, right? I think the shot, I know that kind of satisfies a lot of the what I want out of this glancing shot is that I want to like it to be unchallengeable for from a lot of different areas. So pretty much I have to kind of take it ground double in the midfield is basically what shot I know is good enough for that, I think. So if I'm able to like basically ground double, I don't know why I went for that third touch. Ground double it before the box and like get like a powerful touch on target, but target should be like a good shot that might be able to like get past like someone challenging on ceiling, someone being on backboard, somebody in net. I think that's the idea, is that like I want to be able to create a solo play where I can get past every single person. Or get good enough where I can execute this solo play. And then those skills just transfer to a lot of other solo plays. That's the idea. I didn't boost in the right direction. Or come on. Oh, that was weird. I mean, that was kind of what I wanted to do. I just like, I wanted a must-see here, but I just accidentally jumped instead. And that kind of works out. I could see that faking somebody out maybe, if they're expecting the must-see. I didn't get far enough to one side of the ball. Alright, have to move on. Right. Trying to work on these time management skills, alright. Alright, come on. What am I looking for? Want a coaching sesh, says Alti. That's an interesting proposition. I don't know. Oh, the answer is probably yes. Wait, I don't know if he's watching stream. I'll say sure in, what's it called, 3 hours? Sure in 3 hours, alright. So that'll probably be after like first or second 6 minutes. Alright, here, just trying to pop the ball up with like pretty simple touch like that. Start at air dribble as quickly as humanly possible. And then, what's it called? Get a reset, get a good reset. Okay. Come on. I'll start with arrow left. Yeah, that's clean. That's clean. Also, I said I would start with arrow left. Ironically, that is not what I'm doing right now. What I meant was arrow right. Okay. Basically, every time I get a good shot with the... I think I've gotten a lot better with like using power slide recently. Once I get a good shot, reset with one arrow, I'll switch to the next. Right. Decent. Also, we need to kind of simulate what's it called? I'm trying to think about what I was about to say. Kind of simulate. If I get ahead of the ball after the reset, then I want to look for the bump, basically. I want to simulate that as like an in-game scenario. Because that's what I want to do. I wouldn't want to like actually just try to boost behind the ball like this and like flounder for. I would really just want to go for a bump. Because that's going to be the higher percentage play. Just the play that makes the most sense. In that scenario, I think. Interesting. Got back to the reset though. I think. Oh dang, try to get it towards that top left. Got back to for the reset, but like the height was just too low. I don't know. I don't know, shot I was talking about was just like, it's like 5 attempts back now at this point. Let me think about that. I feel like I don't understand, because I know why. It's because like the ball is continuing so far. It's continuing to the right side of my ball, or the right side of my car. But I don't think I could have like. Obviously, I didn't read it ahead of time that I needed to flip to the right here. I think in my head it's like, okay, right when I got this reset, the ball is to the left of me. And it's probably gonna stay about there. But because I kind of like drive off the ball a little bit and like kind of turn off the ball, that it means that the ball gets to the right side of me. So it's like, how do I learn to predict this? How do I learn to predict this? Like, and the answer is one, get more straightforward resets. So like, I don't have to think about this less. Maybe, I don't know, maybe holding power slide. And it's also like, I just flipped to the right there and it didn't work out. So it's like so variable. It feels like, actually, let me look back at this. I don't want to stay on this for too long. So it's like I flip the same scenario, but like I flip to the right instead, which is what I didn't do the other time. I flipped to the left because I thought, okay, ball's to the left of me. Right as I get this reset, let me flip to the left. I think that's where, no, I think that's where my like muscle memory has evolved to, is like kind of flipping. Yeah, whatever direction it looks like is gonna be after it hits my car. It's like the direction I'm flipping in to just like get a touch in, right? But like it's like at that point, that's like one of the outliers where it's like that thing I apply to every other reset doesn't work out, right? Because like here, it's like I'll just do it subconsciously at this point. It's like here, I know I'm heading to the left of the ball, and the ball's gonna be on my right side a little bit. Also, I want to hit the ball to the right. So then all those things compound to like, okay, I know I'm gonna flip forward diagonal right, and that works for like most resets. But like there's some outliers that will just like where I'll just miss, right? Part of that's gonna be in the setup, or all of it could be in the setup. AKA, I can always just get a good enough setup where like I don't need to rely on those. I won't need to think about those resets. But just an interesting thing to think about. Try for like a backwards. I guess isn't it an arsenal? Would that be an arsenal? I don't want to keep rewinding too much. It's like not really. No, it's not an arsenal. Just like, but here, ideally I wanted to get the reset, then like backflip such musty kind of. All right, just gonna go for a little bit longer with arrow left. Honestly, I found that what's called arrow right has kind of been my weak point when it comes to these like kind of air dribbles / resets. Try to just let the ball fall through and then get the pinch, basically, kind of like that, but more to the left, because that's the only way you're gonna get it past somebody. I think I've thought about this before. It's like the idea is like to outplay somebody, you kind of need to create a big difference between what the play is going to turn out like and what they think it's going to turn out like, right? So you kind of need to misdirect them. That's like kind of what a fake does, is like it puts it in the opponent's mind where that like that delta, that difference between like the play that happens and the play that they think will happen is like really big, right? That's kind of what a fake does, and that kind of sort of thing happens with a lot of resets, right? Where basically all resets is like they're trying to read what's going to happen, and then the bigger difference you can make between like what they think is going to happen and then what is actually going to happen is kind of like how good an outplay you can kind of make it, roughly. I haven't thought too hard about that though. So you're training Max or not? No. Just I don't know. I don't know how to say this. Or okay. Or it's like Max. I'm doing Max. I'm taking a break. I'm what's it called strategy work in a lot of you. Just breaks. Strategy work and first 6-mans. Because I was like thinking like, okay, he says he's gonna give me a training sesh or coaching sesh. I'm like, okay, let me play 6-man today, and then we'll go off those replays. Um, So that was kind of my mindset. All right. Oh, I forgot to stop timer. So what is this? I'll just say I'll rewind that 45 minutes about approx. Oh no, things are lagging. I wonder. I really hope it doesn't get to the point where like I might need to either format this laptop or get a new PC. And it definitely hasn't yet. It's just like sometimes things like will lag, especially the timer for some reason. For no reason whatsoever, it'll just lag. But okay, 45. Okay, honestly, didn't go too much over time. Um, the glancings, honestly, great. I'll say, I'll add honestly. What's it called? And then resets. Honestly, I like first. Okay, I'm being really honest right now. Uh, first reset was obviously like good. But like I didn't really. I know I'll be getting like a lot of good resets if I'm flipping back and forth between arrow left and right because I'll get a good reset and be like, okay, let me switch to the next one or switch to arrows. But I didn't really do that too much, so I wasn't like too crazy consistent. Um, did meh. All right, I'll give it a meh. Even though I had one good reset, it's like every fact that I didn't do too well outside of that is kind of not the best sign. All right, at this point, gonna take a break, about 25 minutes. Idea is that like if I'm really putting my all into these what's called the 65 minutes I was playing, then I'll need a break to like get back to that 100% to go into strategy work into first 6 minutes. All right, how long am I gonna go until? Probably at least like two, not at least, at most two, 2 a.m. So whatever it takes. I'm pretty sure like not. I'm pretty sure cycle I'm about to do is gonna look something like this, right? Decent mix of pro VOD review, trying to just get understand why pro play works, um, and then 6 mans, and then my own VOD review to kind of course correct off certain things like that. It's probably gonna not break down, but basically I might not have enough time to do this 5 times, which is like trying to get that minimum amount of 5 6 minutes in. So um, in that case, I'll just spam queue, kind of like I have been the past couple of days, right? Because the past couple of days I've just been playing 6 minutes, 6 minutes. Now I really want to. Heroes like okay, a minimum of two. So especially when I was like working. Right now I don't have work, so or the days I didn't have work, it's like okay, minimum of 5 6 minutes. Was doing that, getting a little bit of auto viewing. Sometimes I just want to look back at something, especially because like I try to review the series. Sometimes I have to look back at a replay. Pretty much most of the time, I should look back at the replay to like see how I actually did because it's hard to tell in the moment compared to like looking back at it. I'll just always be more accurate looking back at it, not like in the thick of it. All right, so just trying to make sure I did minimum 5 6 minutes for 3 days. And that's where we are. We're here right now. All right, and we're in this part. About to take a 25-minute break. I will not go for a walk, bro. It's winter. It's like, what's it called? It's 9 p.m., but it's like going on like 1 a.m. It looks like it's 1 a.m. outside. It's just pitch black. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. You'll catch me. I will be dead if I went out for a walk right now. Okay. I'll be back in 25. Actually, I'm gonna eat too. I can't put it down. Okay. Uh, Alright, let me deal with this thing on the side real quick. Okay, pretty simple. Idea here, 5 minutes, boost drills. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, when I do this, what's it called? Wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Alright. Patreon. Okay, pretty simple. Boost drills idea. I'll go around like a figure eight. Try to move the ball around a lot. Because I've already gotten to the point where I can essentially do what's called the figure eight fairly accurately, so also limit boost. I'm gonna move the ball around with Bacchus mod, so just gonna be pressing my D-pad occasionally while playing. Bro, these chords are tangled up. Yeah. So just looking for that 100% accuracy before I switch sides to the other side of the figure eight. If that makes sense. Alright, come on. Ooh, just looking to stay accurate on this path. It is the main path I will be going on, so I think prioritizing just like making it bulletproof as opposed to like kind of spreading to other things, single tasking, basically only focusing on the path. I think I just got it there, or I got it there again. Alright, let's switch to the other side since I got that 100%. Let's switch again since I got that 100%. Missed a couple. Alright. Yeah. basically trying to hit the button at least like 3 times separately. Oh dang. Going a little bit too tight, right? So trying to kind of loosen up, go a little bit wider. Same thing there, missing that last pad by going a little bit too tight there. Fix that. A little bit too wide on that second to last pad. A little bit too wide. Just misses a whole bunch of them. Trying to get really good at also recovering the pad route, right? So if I don't go perfect or I miss a couple pads, I still want to be able to get back on track. By moving the ball around, it typically basically provides the most awkward camera scenario. The ball kind of being like above slash moving. That's kind of like mainly what I wanted to seek to train. I think what might actually happen is that there's a small chance of this. Basically, I familiar myself, instead of like fully learning the path, like to like that bulletproof standard where like no matter what's happening, I just know how to navigate on it. What's I think a little bit more likely to happen is that I'm just really good at multitasking at like this certain task, so basically moving the ball around using Pocket Mod. And then once that happens, well, I'll move on to a different exercise, right? Trying to get even more and more realistic with how what's it called? I practice these boost drill scenarios. And still, there's still a lot of it. It's not like the ball is taking the same path every time. It's just taking roughly, like they're like 5 different places it will like usually move. Kind of. But it kind of depends on the type. Like you'll see like, okay, it goes towards the net for one, it goes across for one, now it comes back for one. That's what I'm talking about. Is that it'll like generally move in like some sort of kind of, not predetermined, but like general path, right? That shows similarities, some similarities. But it seems like it's generalized enough, aka what's it called? It's, I don't know. It seems like it's generalized enough where like if I got really good at this, I'd be really good at just tracking pads no matter how like, the camera perspective is moving. That makes sense. Altis, I'm gonna Altis messaging me something about I think this exercise right now. I'm gonna just go for 1/2, 100%. Just trying to hit every pad. It's that last pad. Oh. I'll check that out. Cut way too shallow. Pretty easy like thing I can think about is that pad is going to be the same exact like horizontal kind of like place as the other pad, right? So obviously the map is mirrored, or the pads are mirrored, but also the map is mirrored, obviously. It's a octagon technically. Felt like I took way too long there. Also missed that last pad. Took way too long to like move the ball around. Alright. Okay, that was good. Alti just messaged me something though. He says, what's it called? I can do the side note, straight line pathing is more effective boost grabbing and line efficiency for angles. Okay. Or I'll just not send. I'll look at this. I think it's what's called. I've definitely noticed. It seems like in these scenarios. Oh, what's up, Jason? If you're chilling, he just left. Wait, is Alti in the server? I think he might be. He is. Yeah, get banned. So you're just gonna move him up so you can join this if he ever wants to. Jason was just like, my bad. What's it called? It seems like these pads, these are like the main pads. Okay. I would say I use them about like 50-50 because usually you're not in this some sort of like kind of ideal scenario coming off like one of these like easy lines where you can look for that sort of padding. So I use these a lot in game. It just seems like in this scenario, whenever I get to use these, it's just easy. It's basically easy, right? I don't have to practice them as much. Bro, I was surprised that you could join. Yeah, you can. Honestly, that's why I'm just sitting in here. Partly because what's called I'm supposed to call spooked. I'm just trying to, but honestly, man, I just want to stay in here. And then if anyone wants to join, they can. It seems like with these pads, if I'm ever in game looking for them, it's easy. It's really easy. Whereas like this football path is a lot harder. Though I guess like it's also technically true that like I don't really know how to pad that line without what's it called? Without looking. But usually if I'm padding to that side, same side, it also means that the ball is over here.
All right, I might as well hop in. What's up?
Hey, what's up, LT? Also, are you okay? I'm trying to think about this. Are you okay with stream no audio, or is it just like all like?
Why can't I hear you? Hold on.
Oh, stuff.
Probably my settings. Give me a second. Okay. Go ahead and talk.
Are you okay with like, or can you hear me?
Yep.
Are you okay with like a
Yep,
stream no audio sort of thing, or is it like kind of just like cut all comms?
What do you mean? So like our session?
Yeah.
It would be cut everything. Like no
Cut
visual,
everything?
none of that, because it's going to be a lot of visual learning.
Okay.
And obviously conversation. So, but to talk about what you were referring to earlier, let me go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that you'll notice players not really doing is this move where they take this through here that often. They do, but it's not like as, I would say, paramount as like learning these straight lines, right? And then just crossing them. But the biggest one to remember is the fact that you have a straight line through all of these, and therefore your hitbox will hit every single pad. Meaning that on every single instance can you cross effectively from both sides on the four lines. See where I'm getting at?
Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like that straight line scenario doesn't happen or you often like you cut one of those out typically because usually you aren't coming off like with enough forward momentum where it makes sense to like
memorizing them usually, definitely.
Okay.
It's the idea of memorizing them, because if you try and like take this pathing over and over, or like the eights pathing where you set up, I mean, the thing where essentially, I know what you're doing, but essentially it's like going through, right?
Yeah.
It's great for learning, but I also think like if you straight line them, it makes you get used to the muscle memory of where they are naturally anyway. Because if you say like, oh, this pad's here, I know there's a straight line to these three. Or, oh, this pad's here, I know that there's a straight line to these three. Cool. I don't have to go for all four. That's just for practice.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right? And the idea is getting that muscle memory and just playing out as you need to. But trying to do the crazy, like the 8 method, it is more so brute force muscle memory, which I think is like a little bit more impractical towards current meta.
Okay. What does that mean? Or what? Okay. Couple things. So why was it maybe more viable in the previous meta, or why does this current meta make it less viable? I guess first question.
Because it used to be that everyone would like rotate through here before back posts. And now because back post is more relevant, people take straight lines much more often and then stage either this way, or push through.
Okay, I think what's called. I never really think about that like sort of like the first line you drew, like going through that, like if that makes sense. It's usually the main reason why I do the pad route or this like kind of figure 8 is mainly as like a rotation out, basically a rotation out, and like basically rotations out and like us transitioning on defense are the typical main scenarios.
Yeah, rotations out usually involve crossing through these and setting up on the posts in some way or another. Or staging this way or staging this way. Usually, you don't see them taking this angle because if you're going back post, right? Let's say the play is over here
Hmm.
and ball, etc., right? And you're on your rotation back. If you rotate this way, it makes it very hard to turn back into a play on anything, and it makes it very difficult to maintain any good defense without having a blind spot to your left or to your right. And so whenever you come through this way, it allows that back post a lot more effectively. And because you're coming through this as well, you don't have to rely on pads through here. You can rely on the pads you grabbed and still move within that space while still maintaining an effective angle, just not jeopardizing it for the sake of having having the pathing.
Wait, could you like do it through the same side? So let's say the first line you drew was like on the right side, and then like
Sure.
could you do the alternative on the right side? What does the alternative on the right side look like?
So what do you mean?
So first one was coming off that like diamond or football, whatever you call it,
Right.
on the right side, and just like kind of rotating more mid post, right? That was the first line you drew. So what would be the alternative
Right here?
kind of? Yeah, okay, so it's like something like that. Could be more back post.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think
Exactly,
like?
because the idea is like, yes, you can turn here, but usually that's whenever it's actually like supplying with the counterattack
Mhm.
more than it is about like setting up defense, right? Defense is usually some kind of cut in midfield, not really here,
Uh,
right? It's either midfield through back post, through the rotation here, and et cetera, like all of these, right? But the idea of like doing this and setting up this way is just
mhm.
super ineffective because it takes so long for the play.
Or what do you mean it takes so long for the play?
It's wide. It's super wide, and it allows a lot of like blind spots to your left and to your right,
Okay.
depending.
Oh, also, it's not going through that like pad close to net. It's cutting that pad out. So like,
Cutting what pad off?
so basically,
This one?
pad close. Yeah, it doesn't go through or the path I do doesn't go through that.
Right. It sets up this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially, I do that. Okay, I think the kind of the purpose I started out doing it for has kind of changed because I think it was mainly on the rotation out. I was just focusing on padding as an instinct and also padding very accurately while like staying kind of hyper in touch with the play and able to like kind of cut in. And I feel like okay, I've kind of or
Yeah.
I know I've
Anytime
got
it
that
buys
down.
time is when you go for the big ones. Of course.
Yeah. Or wait, what did you say?
Anytime where time is bought and you have the ability to gather a pad along the way to your
Yeah.
destination and set up within the time frame.
Yeah. So it's basically like let's say we're blue team. I'm rotating off the orange half, and I'm taking that like football path to the left, and I feel like, or it seems like okay, that's kind of like the main focus of it, or it was the main focus. And now I could do that pretty accurately. That's why I'm like adding in different things like I don't know, moving the ball around with Bacchus mod. Okay, and then you're talking about okay, more general rotation and especially transitioning into defense with
It's
how
not
it's
about
played.
pathing, just proper pad pathing
Okay,
habits.
okay, proper pad pathing habits.
Mhm.
You're saying like I'm trying to think about this. Okay, just
So it
learning the
does seem like
lines,
this
learning
is
the cut
probably your
lines.
best. Like this is still a really good move here.
Hmm.
It's more so like this we want to avoid on the tapering.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
For
But it's
okay,
also once again, it's almost always way better to just like take the straight line path and then stage however you need to, whatever you need to, rather than conforming yourself to this setup.
okay, okay. I guess I'll take. Okay, thinking about this takeaways. I'm gonna probably diversify. Well, actually, let me think about this. Let me actually start. Let me screen share as well.
Yeah. So it's literally just straight line pathing, right? So just one. Where is it? It doesn't help that I have a friggin' car in the way here with the base path and a friggin'. All right. Oh, there we go. There it is. So this line, this line, this line to set up, like things of that nature, right? And then just really just flip flopping them over and over, and
Yeah,
just find all the straight lines through.
yeah, that makes sense.
Because
Um,
then if you make them symmetrical on each side, it's really easy to format yourself to both sides
yeah, that
to
makes
gain that
sense.
orientation.
I'm trying to think about this. So
So it's all just about being able to mirror something simple so that you don't actually like overrun yourself in padding, like in pathing.
wait, could you repeat that or rephrase it? I guess.
So it's all about having something to fall back on that is very simplistic and doesn't actually mess with your uh a lot of like the way you form your angle into a setup.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So it's not like it's almost like you're not
It's not
autocorrecting to
invasive
something out
is
of the
really the
way.
way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That makes sense. Um.
Yep, yep, yep.
All right. I'm just gonna, or I don't know if you want to stick around. All right. I'm just
No,
gonna
I'm
like.
gonna, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you later. Good luck.
Yep.
And
So.
I was yep. See you later.
Yep. Okay. What was that? I'm gonna go ahead. Think about that a little bit more. Basically, I'll redraw how I want to do it. So what I'm imagining in my head, well, I don't even really have to redraw it. I was just like something I could do. So it's like, okay, just thinking about it, want to learn more where these like kind of straight lines are, if that makes sense, and like what that muscle memory has to be for those straight lines. It's the idea at this point. Kind of like that generalized. I think in my head it was like, okay, this is the most important path. This is like kind of this like football or whatever. And while these are still probably the most important paths on the field, there are other things that I could still learn, right? In fact, I kind of see it through my mindset where like I'm only focused on padding while on the retreat while I have zero boosts, and in other places I'm not really as like pertinent about it. Okay, I'm kind of thinking about it. What do I want to? It doesn't really matter the path as long as I like go through all those sort of things, right? So let's say I start here and I'm padding. So what's the first line? I think it's this line, and I think I'll do something like a kind of like a what's it called? You know those things in like high school where you do the like the thing where you'd go. I don't even know how to describe it. Where you do like there'd be like these many lines, and then you'd go like there, and then you go back, and then you go there, and then you go back, and then you go there. So basically, that's what it's gonna be a little bit like, right? Where I'm gonna be coming off. I'll make this a little bit smaller. I'll be coming off here, defaulting back, coming off here, defaulting back, and then I'll do that. And then I'll go ahead and, okay, that was, I'll go ahead and I'll actually, what's it called? Just for future information. I'm gonna not spend a crazy amount of time. Also look as of right now. I'm gonna go ahead and whenever I go for the further lines here, so the further line is gonna be something like that, and I turn back, I'm not gonna go for the whole route around. I'm gonna look for that kind of, what's it called? That kind of speed flip route on like the second. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, I have no idea if that makes sense. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It makes sense in my head. Alright, that's all that matters. But let me illustrate it. So like, I make sure like it actually makes sense. So basically, after I do this first round, I'll go back to that like this first pad, right? Wait. But then after that, when I'm gonna default back to the other side, I'm not gonna go all the way around. I'm gonna cut back to that first line right there, and I'll just keep doing that and that. I'm trying to like learn it from both sides, right? Learn all these paths from both sides, and then I'll basically do that, mirror it. So like do that, that. I don't want to do it right now because I think it'll get too messy. And then how do I switch? I'm trying to think about this. How do I switch? How do I switch sides? Oh, did I just break this? I don't think I did. This USB connection, it feels so fragile, bro. Okay. Um, Let me think. And then I have to mirror this. So this going here wouldn't be the mirror. It would be like just a rotation. So I'd basically be doing the same movements. So then what would I want to do here? I can do, I mean, anything. It doesn't really matter. I can even just like stop and then start over on the other side. I could do some. Oh, did not mean to undo that. I could do something like this where I basically just, and I do that. And then I do that. Wait, that's, also I'd prefer if it like started on the right side, but that's not how that works. If that makes sense. Or like I can't teleport my car from here to like there, so. Bruh, who is joining?
I'm gonna come back in here for a sec.
Oh my.
All right. So I do want to mention the way that you're thinking with the curves is a little bit too advanced for now. I would say learn the muscle memory of the lines from each side first.
So you're talking about like the like not non-acute, the obtuse angle, basically the easy turn, or the.
Correct. Yeah, you're just doing straight lines. That's it. You're focusing on lines right now, not curves, right? And then once you get more familiar with that muscle memory, then turn it into curves the way that you're doing it.
So
For now, stick to like learning how to pad yourself to alignment, right? Because anything off on your angle and your alignment's off.
Mhm.
So you got to work on getting the straight line down first.
Okay, so what do I do after
trying
the straight line,
Sorry?
if that makes sense? Or like, where would I go after the straight line? So let's say I'm on the basically football path and I take one of the straight lines out. After I reach the end of that line, what's probably like my next course of action? Or should I just like focus, start
So you
over?
would just focus on taking the next straight line available and just conforming to it, not really like trying to make it a systemic kind of deal. Make it more of a like in the moment, what's my straight line? Because that kind of training is more effective than saying like, you know, I know the whole field and I'm going to try and like rotate through this and like stick with the pathing. Because then you run into foundational habits, and usually habits like that where you almost overkill the drill can actually cause for a lot more complications rather than just sticking to what's in the moment, right? Always adapt to in the moment and just always flow with it, if that makes
Okay,
sense.
that makes sense. That makes sense. Having that like kind of
Yeah,
random
so you
training.
might find yourself in repeating paths. Don't worry about it. Just do your thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, I'll see you later.
Yep. All right, see you. Okay, just gonna go ahead and I don't need to save this. I'll save it actually. It's called save as. I'm gonna go ahead, do like a 2-minute trial run of this, just so that next time it's not the first time I'm doing it. What is this? It's called. Holy, you know, honestly, Hex is right. I do type really slowly. Okay, and I'll just spend like I'll just spend 2 minutes just kind of running through that, think about like what does that entail. I'll probably learn a lot of like the nuances as time goes on. Kind of thinking about how does this like, not how does this, how does this affect LeBron's legacy? Okay, no, thinking about what does this kind of entail for, what's it called? I wonder, or I don't think this sort of path where I would cut across missing these two pads in favor of this pad would work out, or would be the best option. Or I wonder what type of like, thinking about this is definitely like a blind spot where I could have been going on this for a while, where like I was basically doing a subpar kind of training thing for a long time, kind of a little bit of complacency. So then, like, what are the other things that could apply to like other parts of my gameplay, right? What are things that have probably been stagnant for a while, right? Well, I've kind of transformed the exercise as time goes on, right? I'm trying to up the difficulty, like let me make sure I'm like upping the difficulty in meaningful ways, right? And I'll kind of just try to think about that, right? Kind of like a maintenance day almost. Oh, is it? Let me think about this. Is this off every single pad? Is there a line? It seems like it, right? So off every single pad on this football path, there's like a sort of line I could take. I know like I've definitely heard about like in basketball, what's called, though some people will do drills for like, what's called, I don't know why I'm saying it like this. They'll do drills for like dribbling kind of shiftiness, or like explosiveness, basically, and they'll have basically somebody say they'll start dribbling, and then somebody at a random time in the any part of like the dribble cycle will say like go, and like now they have to like collect the ball and like basically be as explosive as possible forward and like a fast break or something, right? I wonder like because I was definitely like it makes sense as a part. Like I feel like the non-randomness or like the what's called the conformity of the path does make it easy to think about, but that's not exactly going to be the end goal. Is like just to like learn a certain path. I think actually at the beginning it was to just learn this football path and make sure like I had that down relatively. But over time, as I keep doing more random training, not random training, but basically random training, that's probably why like free play does relatively okay, especially for certain people, depending on how they do it. Because just a random training promotes like overall what's called overall learning. Wait, no, it's like it makes your brain more likely to what's called develop connections across like different concepts. Whereas like doing a shot and then doing another shot, then doing another shot is kind of like less so. But then there are obviously benefits to what's called non-random training. I think one of them is that like, because I remember, okay, first let me move past this. Let me move past this part of my training. I'm trying to work on time management a little bit. Try to get a little bit better at that. I'm not sure how it will work out tomorrow exactly, but it'll work out, right? I'll figure it out as time goes on. Like within 2 days, I'll like figure out something that kind of works. Might still be missing a lot on these boost drills. Let's say 20 minutes of ulti fixing my boost drills. All right. I think I also wondered about this concept before. It's like, what do like pros do? Like, do they really just not play the game and then they come in, they play scrims? Maybe they have a strategy they're trying to implement scrims, and then they play twos, and then a little bit of free play and they get off. Or they're like more advanced things that happen. I don't know. Probably depends on the team, depends on the coaching, but it seems like what the former or what I just said is at least what they do forward facingly. Um, okay. I don't know why I have this, or I know why I have this because like, or this like message wave dash on pass because like I want to get used to flipping on it, but
I'm having fun stalking your stream for a second. To answer your question, pros already got all this stuff down, so they don't have to really practice it as much as it is hone their craft.
that makes
So
sense.
it's much more just are they in the feel of things? Are they getting the rotations down? Things of that nature. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. 1 minute ulti out.
Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait. So pros already have this tone. What was the other thing? Random practice. Sorry. Pros have these skills are just slightly honing them. But it kind of like also doesn't make sense in a lot of ways. AKA like pros miss like so many shots that they shouldn't miss, right? Where it feels like they probably should still be practicing them. But it's because like the modus kind of operandi. How do you say MO? The modus operandi? How does it? Wait, actually, no. Let me learn something. All right, because it's like right now that's just how you do it. You just like what is this? Okay, okay. Modus operandi, right? It seems like coming up, you just like you don't do like a routine or anything. But like thinking about like a lot of other sports and everything, they have so many drills or things that they do that because it's like the MO there, then the top players probably have like a very specific routine that they would do basically. Whereas like that isn't the case in RO, but it probably will be at some point, or hopefully it is. Well, I say hopefully because like that's the path I'm taking. Like hopefully it's just like the more efficient way, and then it becomes the MO. All right. We get into recall. Let me think about this. How do I want to do this? I'll go ahead and I just won't look at the screen, and I'll just recall the map when I get to this. And then I think one thing I wanted to expand upon is random practice. Actually, I don't need to think about this too much, but like I probably should a little bit. Random practice versus like more structured practice. Um, and then I don't really. Oh, okay, wait. I'm writing this for myself, so I don't need to like write out everything. So ideas like structured, it's easier to like kind of plan things out and like make sure I'm getting a certain like ratio of everything. Whereas non-structured is like it's going to be a little bit different. Um, or non-structured, it's going to be harder. Like you have to do a much more active job. Ironically, of like you have to think more about just planning things out or doing a certain amount of work in like a certain amount of field. Like you have to make sure because I'm pretty sure there's like a tendency to not do the things that you're bad at, right? And if you just go into free play for like if I went to free play for these 3 hours that I did this max training, obviously a lot of things wouldn't get trained as well as they would be. A lot of other things would get trained well. A lot of things I would just do a lot of easy things, right? Which is kind of like not a I'm not sure if it's a downside of random practice. It's just a downside of bad random practice. But it feels like pretty hard to like make it random and then make sure that every time you do a rep of like a ceiling shot, you're making it adequately hard enough, if that makes sense. Or you probably have to. It's probably like I don't know. If you do it long enough, then you could make sure that you're like increasing the difficulty. Maybe, maybe. Okay, I don't really need to ponder that for too long, right? Pondering that won't make me good at the game. All right, practicing is what makes me good at the game. Okay, so gonna go. Oh wait. uh, in before I do not practice. All right, just kind of trying to rehearse certain what's called concepts in my mind. So when I think about what I'm about to do, basically about to recall like a concept map of like how I want to think about the game, slash how I do think about the game. Right, what's in my head and like when I'm playing and like the structure in my head that like my brain carries out is different from what the concept map is here. I'll just look at it momentarily, or let you guys see it momentarily. All right, just gonna make sure. I'm not sure. Actually, I did that blind, so I have no idea if I actually showed like a mini. You saw a glimpse of it, all right? Um, so they aren't matching 100%, but the idea is that I want to make them as close to each other as possible, and then kind of change the what's it called, the written one to be better based on like thought review, and then I work towards getting my brain to that point, and I just keep doing that until I'm where I want to be, basically. Right, just basically still the starting stages of it, so it's still going to be quite inaccurate, but that's all right. That's how everything starts out. 15 minutes. Just kind of trying to recall this map, kind of like a vocabulary list or something. Just trying to recall it, as opposed to just looking at it. Right, just thinking about what's the most effective way to learn. I'm trying to recall it. Okay, so what do I have? Okay, I can look at the screen. Let me think. I already know the biggest kind of three things I want to look at are, also I can zoom in a little bit, biggest three concepts that kind of fill, I guess biggest four kind of. There's, and I won't do this in color because I don't have time for that. Biggest three concepts, my recovery system, what is this? It's like that. Low momentum, low boost. I'm not sure which one's boost and which one's momentum, but I think this is supposed to be momentum. This one's supposed to be boost, even though boost is represented as that. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm horrible at symbolizing these things because this is supposed to be like a speedometer and then an arrow down. Okay, I'm not going to explain it anymore. And then, right, all that matters is it makes sense in my head. All right. Ideally, want to do this quickly, as symbolized by these three lines. Pretty much looking at a lot of Rise replays, looking at a lot of Moist replays, kind of, I don't know, develop this mindset, or not mindset, but basically like strategies. Like I want to look at the play, make sure there's no gap I need to fill in the play, and then instantly start start checking for convenient hundreds and also checking for 100 boosts, or instantly starting the pad, right? So this is where that pad route I was practicing comes in. It's like I'm trying to, on this recovery, which I think I had a really big problem with, where I was like staying upfield too much or going for demos. Right? It's like kind of having these criteria. If I'm low boost on momentum, I'm looking to what's called what's it called? I'm just writing this down so I don't forget it later. Okay. Fast recovery, looking to just what's called. I forgot where exactly I left off, but yeah, in the past wasn't doing the best job. Just trying to what's called essentially figure out what's the most efficient way. Looking at a lot of Rise replays, kind of develop this. Just checking in on the play. Look for 100 boosts while padding immediately. It's really important that, or really important for me that I start padding immediately, so that I'm not kind of like adopting a little bit of a monkey moon mindset when I looked at quite a few of his replays. I want to basically do that a lot, or pad as much as possible. I don't really want to. Something I noticed from Gen G, which is like kind of interesting, is that they're very like 100 boost reliant. And it's like sometimes it gets them in trouble. I wonder, I don't know, it's weird because like when I started looking at Gen G replays, it was like, is this like something that you can afford to do, or is it something that's still like a negative part of the game plan? Like definitely sometimes it's really negative where they're sitting on 100 boost for like 5 seconds. But then is it like kind of like there's this? I think there's this one. Was it World War I thing where like with planes were coming back with like holes in the wings, and it was like, okay, what should we fortify? And it's basically I'm looking at the pros, and they have the hole in the wing, aka they wait on 100 boost for 5 seconds occasionally, right? And then in my head, do I want to be like, okay, let me not do that. Let me like fortify those wings. But then in that case, with the like World War I planes, this is going all over the place. In the World War I planes, it was like actually what's really important is that those are the people that came back, right? So it meant that the wings were fine taking fire, but if like the cockpit got hit, then that was worse for a variety of reasons. Oh my gosh, I'm explaining that. I'm explaining it okay. So basically, the idea is that like if it's something they can afford to mess up on, then is it really too big of a deal? It's a question I have to ask myself. Um, but it also seems like other pros are able to like not get by, but basically implement padding into like in a successful manner. So and kind of like not throwing that out the window, but I just really dislike the idea of this being low boost for a very long period of time because I'm not like padding. All right. Okay. Anyways, second to last line. This middle line is me checking for 100 boosts. Convenient 100 boosts are close to me. Right. Don't really want to go too far out of my way for them. And then this bottom line is I just want to be padding and pretty much be padding unless I'm doing one of these other two lines, aka going for 100 boosts or turning in to cover a gap into play. This top line is where I'm checking the vertical gap occasionally. Not occasionally. I have to look at 100 boosts. Also a really big thing. I want to look at 100 boosts before I go for pretty much every single one. And that's going to require me to take my eyes off like the checking the gap into play. Yeah, and then this something I don't think it's added up there, but pretty much the idea is that I want to go ahead and kind of rotate in like the same, like, okay, let's say this is the field, right? And it's like, okay, bro, tic-tac-toe board. I don't want to rotate ever through that like completely opposite. Let's say that's where ball is. I don't want to rotate through this like side. Oh, it's weird. It kind of turns out like tic-tac-toe. I don't want to rotate through that like opposite court side, or even really through like this side. Well, I don't know. It's like occasionally, maybe. I don't know. But really, I want to. It's also from like watching Rise, watching G2. Mainly from watching G2, I noticed that like if they're rotating out, they would switch to the same side and like play from that side if they're playing defense, as opposed to like staying far side. I think that kind of what's called also aligns with like another I think defensive concepts I learned in ones, or that's like shown in ones is like kind of I forget what it was called, but it was like kind of closing down the play from like one side and like basically funneling the play with you while covering net. Okay. Yeah. So that's all that. I'm not sure how long. Let me think. Let me look at timer. Also, let me. Sometimes the timer app just crashes, but good thing it doesn't like crash the timer usually. It's just the application. I'll keep that up there. Okay. And then the next big concept is, well, I guess I don't know. This big structure that I keep it the big like the middle of like everything. All right, it's the center of the universe. Basic. I hate this, bro. It's weird because like this drawing pad is supposed to like make it easier, but I've had it for a while and I've also like not gotten better at this, bro. All right, is that no? All right, we have high standards. Okay, so this is the control role. Let's say these are like the three roles that are typically going to be present, especially in like what's it called? In any scenario where we have possession, right? So let's say there are these three. I mean, that's not how it's drawn. I'll just make it more accurate to how it is up there, I think. Uh, so there's control, that's their support, might be upfield, might be a little bit behind. Seems like parallel is like the main way. Parallel and maybe like behind is how I saw Rise supporting a lot of the time while Moist. That's one of the biggest things like learning from them was I learned from them was that basically they were really good at having someone always ready for that support. And it kind of made sense as like what's it called? I'll just draw other concepts that I can remember while talking about this. Um, basically the what's it called? There's also it made a lot of sense because realizing a lot of the times at pro play they're like passes that kind of are unpredictable passes that come out like you're not sure if they're going to beat, but by having beat somebody to the midfield, right? But by having someone playing that dedicated support role to the mid means that like now you always have someone ready for that unlikely beat, and then you could play that a lot of the times. It's kind of just like a reaction time thing, but like you could play that a lot faster, especially, or you could play that fast extremely quickly and beat like an opponent on defense, on their own defense, mainly because they don't have someone playing that like kind of defensive support, right? They're not playing that defensive mid role as a part of their offensive structure. Um, and then there's that back guy that's covering like the farther back scenarios, basically. And then the big three concept that kind of leads to is the concept that I want to. Bro, I cannot. Okay. You know, here's what we're doing. All right. I was trying to draw sideways and it's just not happening, bro. I'm surprised I just haven't gotten used to this. I've had this for like months at this point. Basically, the concept that I want to fill. All right, how do I do this? Um, if I'm not the person on the ball, especially in rank B, it'll be very confusing who is going and who is not going. Who's not actually going to play mid. So like, I think like a common scenario I'll see is that like we'll be on our back half, right, playing the transition, right, something like, all right, and then so we'll have somebody coming out net, right, and then we have the person with the ball here moving up, and then if there's any sort of like pressure applied, even though this guy looks like he's continuing upfield, he'll just turn back immediately, right? So then even if this guy gets past whatever pressure is like coming towards him, like we'll just have nobody playing support because like there's nobody faithfully playing this, which is also like a weird thing I also saw in like Moist replays. But what they would do is like they would have that close post guy, and then they would just have someone wider, right? They would just have somebody wider, and like they just know that this person's gonna double back if anything bad happens. And one big idea is that like I'm trying not to double cover as many scenarios as possible. That's something like unless it's like my team has a low boost, I'm really trying to play a different part of the field, trying to cover more as a team on the field. Notice this from Moist was like even if that person was pushing up from front post, they just knew that that person was going to turn back eventually, maybe for good reasons. I haven't really thought about it too much. So then they would just still play that mid role, right? And then they would just, if the ball got passed, then they would be able to play it a lot of the time. Uh, yeah, yeah. All right, next big scenario. I don't know, I don't know. I'm trying to think about this, how I want to describe this. And I guess I'll just say it seems pretty fundamental and it's something I didn't realize coming off break. And one of the biggest reasons, I feel like one of the biggest, like, not inspiration, basically one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to start doing this concept map is because I felt like I just didn't understand how to play the game. Like if it wasn't my brain basically doing all the work subconsciously, then I just do not understand how to play the game. And that's like okay to a certain point, but it kind of like coming off of break, it just seems like I just want to increase the amount that I know about like how to play the game, right? Essentially, especially because I feel like it would just be beneficial if I understand how to adjust things and like what is to be adjusted in the first place. All right, but this next concept of the big three is I want to pace behind the ball generally. It's pretty simple. It's basically just like coming off, especially coming off 100 boosts. I'm going to be looking to just drive behind the play. It's not even like, it's weird because it's not even that complicated. It's just like the idea that like, if I'm like, let's say field is like this, all right, I do not care to draw that any better. And like I come off like 100 boost or something like this, and the ball is like right here, kind of moving down a little bit. Maybe the ball just pops there or something like that. Maybe the opponents are kind of like trying to come behind it, something like that. Maybe my teammates like playing like here a little bit, or maybe they're not there. Specifically, if they're not there, something I didn't realize is like coming off break, I had no idea what to do as this person, right? Right. I had no idea whether like go really wide or like you play like a little bit more mid or like where should I go, right? And then after watching a bunch of Moist replays, right, pretty much watched their whole like was it winter? No, spring major under lower bracket run twice, um, going through those replays, and it's just a pretty simple solution. Just drive pace behind the play, especially as first man. What you can do is pace behind the play, especially at like a pro level. You need to be applying the pressure a lot of the time. Though you want to make sure you're in sync with your teammates. You don't want to apply pressure before your teammates can like deal with the outcomes of that pressure. Um, what's it called? But what's it called? By pacing behind, even if like let's say your beats, or maybe even like just at this point in time you realize your teammate can go, now you can like you're just in a decent position for a lot of different like offshoots of the play that occur. Um, Especially like if you're not third man. Like if there's somebody else already back, then it also makes it way simpler where you can just be like, okay, now I can play support, right? Or try to play something mid if the 50 goes mid or something like that. But mainly it's just like pacing behind the play just makes everything, it makes all those decisions like possible, right? Also while also like applying pressure to the play. If I need a fake challenge, I decide I'm beat, need a fake challenge, then I'll just fake challenge. As long as I'm reading the play correctly, then I'll always fake challenge early enough to like get to the result of the fake challenge, if that makes sense. Basically, yeah, if they throw away the ball or like try to shoot on target, I'm not gonna push too far forward as long as I'm reading the play correctly, right? So just pacing, putting my car behind the play generally puts me in like a decent spot, especially as first man, because now like deciding when to, I feel like there's almost like a instinct, or I almost had an instinct to make the decision whether I was going to go for the ball here, when really I should just be coming up closer. And this is also something I noticed watching a lot of pro plays that, um, what's it called? There's like a lot of really fast, there's like a lot of pre-positioning, but there's also a lot of reaction. I think I have this up here. I think I called it like pro reaction. Just the idea that like pros react quickly. Okay, all right, and they have a pretty decent player reader to play fairly quickly, right? So, whereas me, I'm like doing this rank B reaction thing where like I'm making the decision whether I want to fake challenge, like legitimately right here, and then I'm making the wrong decision as the play evolves because I'm making the decision right here. When really I need to delay my decision to like right here, right? Basically the latest, not the latest, but basically the latest I can do and like get back to the ball and control it in case like they like shoot it on target or something, especially as like a third man. If I'm not even third man, then I can like extend that bar to like right here and just like wait as long as possible, right? As long as I suspend my jump, then like my recovery is just going to be super fast if I need it to be. Holy, that was it's a saucy line. My recovery back can be as quick as it needs to be, and other things. All right, I mean, it's interesting because like I did an okay job, right? I've done this like 2 times before, but I haven't done it for a while, which is probably not good. Um, But got the big three concepts I wanted, which are, oh my gosh, it looks like, I completely forgot about the structure. This like bar, the sliding bar. But I would have gone to it. That's cope. But yeah, that's kind of it. Kind of see the Rico, the fill. I feel like this connection isn't really fully fleshed out, but as time goes on, I'll like figure out how to make connections to everything, and I'll reformat this multiple times. Like this is V1, this is like V2. And like as time goes on, I'll just like keep restructuring it. Though, like a big thing, like a big hallmark of how I think of it right now, is that this is basically at the center of like the rotation side, right? You can kind of see like there's a little bit of like a diagonal cutting line, whereas like this is the rotation side, this is the mech side. I'm focusing more on like everything, or mech side, or mechs related, what's it called? Concepts. But yeah, did an okay job. Could have done it. I mean, it's weird because like I spent a lot of time a little bit of exploring the concepts, a little bit just explaining them, or most of it just explaining concepts, and then also like yeah, exploring them. I think yeah, exploring is kind of how it makes sense to me, and like different in-game scenarios. Is that how I want to do it? I mean, it's how I did it, and like I got to the big three that I wanted to get to. So, oh, I mean, I'll learn more and more as time goes on how I want to do this sort of like map thing. All right, yeah, I saved it, or like okay, I was just making sure like I just saved that, or I didn't just like exit out of it. Um, let's see. Let me also leave a note for like my future self, so that I remember about the boostros thing. So I'm just gonna do what's it called. I'll just call them the ulti lines. All right. Yeah, and then I might do like I don't. It's weird. I was gonna say 10 minutes of that, but really, boosts like thinking about padding. It's not like it's not like that important. Okay, compared to like all the other rotational things I need to learn, it's like it is like there's a reason why it's at 5 minutes, right? Because if I put this at 10 minutes, this isn't just 10, just 5 extra minutes that I spent on boostros. It's 5 taken away from like every other thing I could possibly be doing at that point in time. All right, gonna get into 15 minutes of VOD review. Gonna queue at 10. Oh, I'm not sure why I start that timer. Or I know why I start that timer, but I want to start it when I actually like start doing VOD review, if that makes sense. Let me put this away. Okay. I feel like, or I'll just say it. I feel almost like, or I dislike the perception of being like, kind of like thinking about the game too much. I feel like, or I think the most important thing in my head is like, I'm trying to, I don't know, I'm trying to like think about the right way to word this. Not even like the right, I don't know, like non-rude way. Or it's not. I'm just thinking about like how do I organize my thoughts, if that makes sense. Um, I think I don't like the perception as like the theory guy or like the routine guy. I just want to be the guy. I want to get good at the game. Basically, what I'm saying. All right. I want to play well, and then have people know that I play well. But that will come with like consistency. I believe in myself. Bro, this music is making like the atmosphere 10 times better, bro. Like I feel like I'm actually like I'm vibing. Flying Sled by Kane Beats. It's a banger. They probably had to like pay for this what's called this art to use this art. Also, what's going on with the grass? I like what is the grass looks so weird. This wait. Did this reset? Okay, wait. Okay. I'm not trying to get too distracted right now. Does this reset like no, it's all at high quality. It just looks weird. Like it looks like there are lines going across it on my screen. Interesting. Alright, let me check. Nothing was oh well, I still get 240 frames, so I'm chilling. Um going into this Genji replay, kind of focusing up again. Bro, my naming is horrible, bro. I got 29 and then 32. And I save all replays. I save all series. So, like, I know for a fact I messed up in the past. Let's see. I think I gotten through this replay fully, I believe. Oh, what did I... Okay, I'm still in game 2. Yeah, I've gone through it. I'll look at the end of this replay since I'm already here. Okay, and then after I finish the series, I'll go on to, I guess, Gen G, upper bracket. It's called Fall Major. I forgot the name. Yeah, I'm just trying to mark. I think that's like the easiest kind of objective measure, kind of. Just marking the replay a lot. But other than that, trying to pay attention, trying to get through. Really important that I don't pause as much. I want to try to get through more volume as opposed to like critiquing specific scenarios of pro play. So here, I think, I don't know, at least like maybe 3 times slower than like the amount of time, right? If I can get to that, because I know right now, like it'll take me, I'll go through 1 minute of replay in like 15 minutes. So I'm like going 15 times slower than the rate of the replay. So I'm trying to like get that up to like maybe 1/3 the speed, right, of like the whole replay. All right, but here, I'm already starting off horribly, but here he's just focusing on padding on that like straight route kind of until that 100 boost becomes available. Now he's gonna misread the ball. Yeah, yeah, he had full vision. Kind of, I don't know how to say it, but like no excuse, right? You shouldn't be releasing possession here, because if they got a pass off on a shot, that would just be off him releasing the possession for no reason. You can go up wall here too. It's like this is just the upfield option, is like going for this touch. Nobody's beating him to this. Like in no world is anybody who's like landing beating him to this. So he kind of just rushes it, passes it to the opponents. But it happens. If I had to guess, that's not one of those things where it's like holes through the wing. That's one of those things where like if you cut it out, you will like get better. It would be better if they did that. Kind of like I'm thinking about how would I want to play this. I'm beat to that boost, right? But maybe he thinks he can like bump first killers / beat him. I think at this point, honestly, I would probably fake it, which is so stupid in my head. Because like I would just like jump for it and then just like try to force them back while Nolly comes in or something like that. But looking at this scenario, it doesn't even make sense to fake. Because like in the scenario where you can fake something, it typically means that they're forced back, right? And then they might just be forced back by like a no presence on the ball, right? So in this, that's what happened in this scenario. Nobody's jumping off like back wall or anything quickly, even though first killer should have. I think I remember this scenario, right? So here, I think it's arguable that like he shouldn't jump for maybe, I don't know. It's hard to tell because like technically, as soon as this happens, he can 100% beat anybody to this ball, or 100% 50 anybody to this ball. Actually, 100% beat, because they can't get above the ball before him because they have basically the same read as him, right? So then like thinking about this, like if I was in this situation, there should be no chance for the shot here because I should just be reading this touch as soon as I see it. As soon as I get that 100 boost, and as soon as I see this touch, I'm instantly looking to get up and like 50 it, right? And just like through virtue of like a decent reaction time. He doesn't even, because like the opponents have to get above the ball. Also, I'm not doing well on this like 1/3 times thing. I'm like pausing a little bit too much. Because opponents, they have to get above the ball. They'll have to take more time to get to the ball than the person on defense, right? So you can 100% beat anybody to that ball. So he should basically just go for it. But instead, he kind of just, what, does he steal that 100 boost for himself? Yeah, he takes that 100 boost, which might come back, haunt them a little bit on defense. And then now he's like waiting. I think Miss is technically able, not technically, he's able to force a shot kind of high, though if Abject just shoots it like top left. I'm saying it like it's easy. but it's also like true. Yeah, if he just like kind of gets up faster, slash if Nolly passes that a little bit closer to the ground, then he can just slide that top right and like misses not getting up to it. So really, at this point, they already put themselves in the checkmate scenario when first killer should have just went for it, and it shouldn't have been like a big deal. Is this like, I'm trying to think, if I was in the scenario, should I go out for it, or is at this point, is it kind of already checkmate? Because honestly, it looks like Nolly's about to just come around and bump first killer. It kind of depends, right? So who's coming out for this? Okay, I mean, I think in this scenario, technically, it's hard for Chronic to get power on net. So then first killer, and also Appjack isn't bumping first killer. But all these factors are so like hard to see in the moment, obviously. And like, he'd rather just, instead of defending the shot, he'd rather just like play the, what's it called? Or rather than like getting a goal line save, I mean, he'd rather just go up for the block, right? And I think he gets the block. If Chronic shoots on target, he gets the block, but doesn't work out that way. Alright, what could Sipical do? Sipical should have avoided Demo. Here, you kind of see him like weaving and snaking. And he kind of just reads it wrong. Or he doesn't go for the right type of read, kind of, right? He's going for the touch here instead of the block, right? So it's a little bit of like peripheral view is that like, you should know Chronic is here really quickly. It should be going for more of like a block or a block touch, right? So basically position his play, his car a little bit more behind the ball so that he gets a touch on this. Also should be double jumping because of how quickly he needs to go for this. You see? But yeah, there's definitely a way. It's not even like a crazy, like hard way or crazy, like, I don't know, creative or really smart play he has to make. He just has to jump quickly for expecting the shot to come in quickly. That's pretty much a summary of what he has to do. I've been in an ideal. Okay, wait. Why am I watching this play? Okay. And then in an ideal world, first killer just trusts Sipical to get up for it after he knows he spawns, right? I guess. I don't know. That's a weird dichotomy, though. I don't know. Also, it depends on like the space you spawn, and right side of the field. Because I think that, yeah, there are 2 spaces you can spawn in on each side of the field to make 4 spaces total. It's also like, I'm trying to think about this. Oh, I'm trying not to like, when I'm looking at pro play, I'm trying not to like critique it this much, especially like kind of like get them to be trying to force like superhuman like vision and stuff like that. So basically like him saying like, okay, as soon as Sipical spawns, he should know that like Sipical theoretically can always get a touch on this ball. So he should just wait and then play off Sipical's 50 instead of double committing with Sipical, right? I feel like that's not superhuman. It's just like really hard game sense. That's like probably not going to happen. Also, a really interesting kickoff. Also, is this on purpose? I can't tell. Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense with a lot of teams doing. With a lot of teams doing what's it called? Having a super fast cheat, then it makes sense to just fake the kickoff at times. Or fake the cheat at times. I feel like here this should be hard, just air dribble. I'm thinking like, okay, if I'm playmaking here, what am I doing? Just hard air dribble, just go for the air dribble bump. Just force Appjack to be unable to like hit the ball, and then as long as whoever this is mid is going for the shot quick enough, then it could be a goal, or the double tap quick enough, it could be a goal. That's the play in my head. Is that just like, but it depends on how quickly everything happens, and then how far away from that the shot comes out, which might make it too savable. There's also the bump play here, right? So somebody could go for a bump. Problem is that like with critiquing a lot of these like high level plays, it's like a lot of these things have already been thought of like done, so like they're just lower percentage, and that's why they do the plays that they do. But I'm just saying, if like Typical here just went for a demo on Nolly, I think he could probably get because of how slow first kills play is, you could probably get a double demo here, or a double bump, right? Or just like a demo, and then now all first killer has to worry about is Chronic, who just isn't even back yet, right? Actually, I think that would just be a goal. If you got a demo of Nolly, that would just be a goal because of the other demo that came out. But then again, that's also a risk because their player was also demoed, so it's like, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm approaching this correctly. Alright, 10-minute timer went off, which means that we're queuing. Alright. Okay. Just need to get in 15 minutes of odd review. And I'll flash to people who are like doing good on the solo plays. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That's all I had to say is interesting. Alright, good vision. Didn't really, I feel like it's not excessive, but like it feels almost a little excessive, right? To look down at first killer, but I guess it makes sense. Or I feel like he could have just gone for the ball earlier and had a more upwards velocity solo play that first killer could have gone to if he just went early, right? But then again, like I feel like searching for info isn't necessarily like the worst thing there. It's just that he does take a little bit after searching for info. He takes a little bit to actually fully turn for it. Presumably because he was searching for info, right? Instead of jumping for the solo play here and making first killer unable to physically beat him, it's like checking for info and then that delays his play. Whereas like first killer, it keeps it closer to the ground, which means it's easier for first killer to... What is happening, bro? I think because nobody's mid, then technically they don't have to worry about it. Or missed. Wait, okay, I'm trying to think about this. Because nobody's mid, then nobody has to worry about the mid. Not nobody. One person has to worry about the mid, and they can be slow to it. I guess is what I was thinking in my head, but I'm not sure if that works out. Like, that pans out for them, really. Right? Because I'm thinking, like, Mist could go for that, right? And as long as he's not getting, like... I mean, okay, I don't know. Okay, that was a dumb idea. I was basically going to suggest Mist early challenger. Honestly, he should. Now, looking from his perspective, he actually should. He should early challenge. Maybe. I'm not sure if it's like, because it seems like any touch he gets, or he has to like trap it basically in midair, right? So he can't hit it out because Kana can beat him on wall. Nolly can beat him, what's it called? On wall too, I think, honestly. Maybe. On low boost, he can like turn left and still like, if Mist tries to take it up to wall. So like, I think here he would have to go for it and trap it midair. But I think that would be better than just letting Nolly have the ball here for a variety of reasons. Also, I think he might think Civical is going for this, to be honest. Because obviously Civical thinks Civical is going for this. And he just kind of just turns, he doesn't he turns the wrong way. And he also doesn't power slide there. Because really he should be looking to get more up wall. I'm pretty sure. Right, he goes to 100 boost. And or just like being the instant challenge guy, right? So as soon as this happens, just realize he needs to be the instant challenge guy. As soon as this happens, just start reversing. And then force Nolly to go faster than he normally would so that Civical can like, just block shot instead of him being baited in. Also, I'm pretty sure Civical here can like fully cover this. Or fully cover high, right? And then maybe Nolly can 15 bake him out low. But like I think here, with this play, Civical can 100% speed flip, get a touch on this. No matter what. right? Whereas like Mist is like more in like a 1v1 scenario. Um, I don't know. That might not be me like reading the play correctly. And obviously, it would be throwing the ball out to Apcheck, which wouldn't be ideal. So then I guess it's just like they had to figure out who's challenging first, who's challenging later, faster, right? But most importantly, I think Mist should have just gone cutting. He should have cut and had a control here. Instead, he kind of relinquished it, and now he's getting scored on by Nolly for no reason. That works out. Dang, that's one of those scenarios where it's like, what do you do? I guess it's Chronic. Well, it is. I guess it's like, is it reaction or reaction time where it's like basically Nolly just has to double jump here, and or actually no, he can't like go for demo here. Yeah, he has to double jump because Abject can't physically save this, right? So I guess that's the idea is that like, okay, in this scenario, if this ever happens, ball pops to them, they have someone cheating. Always jump high, right? Because even if Typical tries to slow it down, then it's like, oh well, Chronic. As long as Chronic does the correct thing of like going back after seeing like this challenge, as long as Chronic does the correct thing of going back, basically turning left as soon as this challenge happens. If Nolly forces Typical to go low, then they should be fine, right? It should be a 2v1 on defense, so they have two people, Chronic and Apcheck. I guess that's the idea. Also, I don't know. I was gonna say, should he just be padding here? Should Chronic just be turning on the pad route? Maybe. I don't know. It's definitely, there are a lot of scenarios in game where like if you just pad, or if you take like the most efficient route back, pad route back, then like you just get back a lot faster than if you take the 100 or something like that. And I want to look to like kind of maximize my efficiency on those scenarios. How did I get this goal? What is, okay, this is a rank B challenge, bro. This cannot be happening. Come on now. Good cut by Nolly though. Right. Where's Mist? That's a weird scenario. Would I say that, because it looks like, did Abstract just go through that top right? Because if he did, then there's no point going for top right, right? Since he just went through that top right, then there are a couple things that can happen, right? You can go for a bump. Okay. I was gonna say that pops into my head. It's like an intrusive thought, right? I have a lot of like demo thoughts that are like just horrible. In this play, it works out, but like I feel like I'm trying to think about this. If he just like every time this sort of scenario happened, he just went for bump here. Is this worth it? Because like if he goes for bump, then this is not a goal. Or okay, as long as he succeeds in bumping, and or if he fails, he's like has a faster recovery than Appjack, basically. So as long as he executes semi well, then this goal is not possible, right? Because this would be it would just come too far across the field, right? So also, what should he do? I mean, I guess it's like he should just cover mid, right? So like, instead of flipping out like this, as soon as this play kind of happens, actually before this play, he just doesn't decide to get out as quickly as possible. But then like, how does that affect like a bunch of different plays where he could have gotten back in if he just rotated out faster? I don't know. I have no idea. Let me get into my queue. All right. Here we are. In the six mans of the day. No, in the first six mans of the day. Jeez. I mean, so at this point, do I just have to spam queue? I think that's what's gonna happen. I mean, so like when were queues going on until last night? Cause it's like, cause I'll get this queue right, and then I need four more. We're filling quota. All right. Worst case, I play rank threes or rank threes. I play like a series of rank threes, and I count that. But like ideally, that does not happen. All right. Because I do not play ranked, and what's it called? I don't think. You know, honestly, it's time to get my revenge against the 1500s, bro. Because I have two matches, bro. Two out of 10 unranked matches, and I lost both of them. So like now, I'm just like I just don't ever want to go back to ranked. All right, but worst case, I have my revenge against the 1500s after playing 4 6 minutes. All right. Um, but yeah, let me get an estimate. How has I'm trying to look at this during after? Okay, bro, I'm struggling, bro. I am struggling. So not after then. Okay, so it would be after 13. All right, so this is today at 11:23 p.m. Old. All right. So then this is I can just what's it called? It says reach 6 players. All right. Just copy that. When was the last time the queue reached 6 players? So this was going by old. I'm trying to see how long have queues been going on into the night. All right. And that is not a good sign. All right. They just cease at 2 a.m. That is not good. Yeah, it's not looking good for us. I'm not gonna lie. Not a good look. Uh, it's doable though. It's doable though. Just on break, I have to be punctual, and then just gonna have to get a couple 3-0s or 0-3s. Hopefully the former. And then it should all crack out. You know. I don't know. Maybe as time goes on, people have less exams and are on more and more break, like from high school. So, but it's looking bleak. I'm not gonna lie. All right, it looks like I can at least get four, probably. Yeah, four in total, but the fifth one's gonna be a hard sell. All right, let's look at what happened. So that queue happened, and then it got to two. It got to two. People started chirping. It got to three. It got to three again. Right. So it's doable. It's doable. It's rossable. Bro, just all these people queuing and then leaving, and then queuing and then leaving. It was doable. It's doable. All right. Bro, what is happening? I swear I don't see people talk this much, and it's all Bryant, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my gosh, I cannot. I cannot. Um, bro, until 6 a.m. This is not a good look. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh man, he's trying to challenge. He's trying to challenge Chicken for his. Oh my gosh. You know, yeah. I mean, worst case, I just like, or it seems like worst case, I'll get 4 or 6 minutes in, and then like some run games in. That's all right. Um, got my max training in for first time in a little bit, and I just want to stay consistent on this, no matter what else is happening in my day. All right. Yeah. Also have to do 5 minutes of audio review after the 6 minutes. Also, nobody's joining. I'm afraid to use the Russian because I'm pretty sure Q is about to just like die, and then. Oh wait, no, Bryant joined. All right. I'll be back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay, we got last picked. Let me see some things. Alright, thank you, Bryant, for inviting me. Alright, we got the Gamer Guz at 3 and 4. We got Scholar at 6 and 6. We got Xerxes at 5 and 8. We got Bat 2 and 2, and Bryant at 24 and 23. Alright, this is the even Stevens lobby. Alright, everybody here is like basically even, except for me. Except for me. Alright, we'll change that. Alright. Let's go. Yeah, as soon as I join his lobby, or what his whatever, his party, I can, what's it called, probably chilling, so I'll take my time, bro. How did I? Ayo.
What's up?
Not much. Not much. Bro, the lo-fi in the main menu is it's banging.
Yeah. I haven't listened to music in this game.
Oh my
since
god, bro.
First year I played.
Bro, you what's it called? You invited me to the party and then made me
Yep.
leader to join. Okay.
That's correct. That's correct.
That is crazy. Alright.
It's my first game of the day. I gotta warm up.
Yeah, same. Alright, come on. Looking for control. Right, those are the main things going into games, right? Series. Focusing on controlling every ball, and then focusing on best movement around the field. Okay.
I got it.
I'm back, love. Walk around double. I missed.
Reset. Behind
Down with
you.
third. One back. You got. I'll play right side for you. You got.
Can't reach. She booms.
I'm
Not
bumped.
in.
I'm
It's all
lagging
you.
hard.
Rolls.
He's beating. Blocking shot. Not in.
It's fine. Yeah.
You got.
50 high.
He's on shot. He's on quick.
One there.
You got.
Yeah, I got. That's it.
I got.
Yours.
You got.
Low.
Go.
You missed.
I'll play right wall.
Back.
You got.
I'm behind you. Yeah. I
Got.
can-
Watch pinch.
Yeah.
You got.
Yeah.
I'm padding.
59 low.
I'm padding.
Take time. 0 now.
Yup.
Just save. I'm 0.
I get go. Can you?
I'm back wall. Nobody on.
I'm bumped. Let's try. I'm behind you. Pads.
That's all.
Full back.
You might miss.
Last. No.
Play.
Got play mid.
Nice.
Yeah. One more. Nice pinch. I'm 0. Your last.
What's 9?
You got. Kind of threw it away.
One on.
Took back right. I'll play first. I'll play first.
Just one more. Sorry. I'm 0. That's it.
Touch.
It's
Yep,
good
one on
touch.
quick.
0 chasing. He beats.
Yep.
Top.
Rolls your last though.
No, he's missing.
You got.
I'm just following it. Doubles. I'm low.
Down with one. Nobody mid. He's up now though.
I've not.
Yep. You got.
I can't. Yeah. I'm expecting to shoot behind.
Bet.
It's all good. I've been 0 for forever.
I'm back right.
Bumped 1.
I missed. My bad. I'm back post.
Pads behind.
Nice. I'll play mid.
Got me.
I have, and I'm low.
Good now.
Not in.
Took back right.
Soccer.
He's beating me.
That works. I'm 0. One up.
Got 0. You got.
Yeah, I have 20, 30.
Yep. You got.
Yeah, that's it. 1 there, 2 there.
I'm back
Backward.
post. Yep.
Yeah, waiting for a second.
You missed.
Yeah, 1 touch low.
Big hang. Oh, that one.
Behind you. Full back.
That's all.
Just wait.
You got.
I have.
Nobody over there.
No.
I'll play out mid.
I'm 0 now. That's it. 1 on.
Took top right. You're third.
0.
He's slow to it, but he's on.
No double.
Got.
You got.
Oh, man.
1
Should've
on.
bumped.
Go.
Yeah, I'm hard right.
Around him, I'm bumped.
Should've bumped.
And I'll try bomb.
I'll play. I'll play.
Yeah, yeah. A shot.
You got.
Some behind.
I'm 0. You.
Good note.
Sorry.
Well, of force T.
Took mid left.
Wait.
You got.
I got.
Leaving. I'm 0.
I'm mid.
You bumping. Bumping. Oh, I can't. Good note.
I have to wait. I have 20 boost.
Yeah, I'll be behind you.
He's
Hold
there
on.
shooting. It's fine.
What's up?
Yeah, I have that.
I'll control.
Yeah, I'm behind you in that 40 boost.
Missed.
It's fine.
Took back right.
I'll bomb him.
Yep.
I'm
I'll play
0 now.
third.
I'll bomb.
That's it. 1 there.
Bomb him.
Bump.
Back wall.
0.
Not going. Not going. Not going.
No,
1 there.
I can't.
That's all right.
Checker.
Yep. I'll get right.
Full of fuel.
I'm third.
2 on.
I have 0.
Time.
Hold on. Oh, never mind. Done.
1 on. I'm behind you.
Okay. I'm gonna be.
Took top right.
Chase.
Yep.
He
One on
beats me
quick.
high.
Black
He's
shot.
there.
That's all.
He's there.
You
No,
got.
I'm behind you.
Back pass. That's all. He's on
So,
quick.
yeah, I have to wait.
Blocking shot. Not in. He's there.
Wait. He beats
Behind
me.
you.
I'm forced
Yep,
to
you're
die.
third.
0.
Watch mid.
On here.
Now you hit it too high.
I have
Blocking
20
shot.
behind you.
You got.
Yeah, it's over.
Sorry.
Still
Good
have
boost.
20. That's it. Force. No double.
Adding 0.
You got the double.
I got.
Open. Close.
Close. I'm
All good.
up, trying to 50 him. So
Nice.
good, bro. Holy fuck.
I shot.
I'm following.
Checker.
You got it.
You got.
Yeah.
I'll go. Oh, never mind.
Touch. Yours. I'm behind you.
Down.
You got.
Good read.
That's all I have. 0.
I'm bumped.
He's there.
I'll be
Full
mid.
behind you.
You got?
Just shooting. He's in.
Nice.
Nice done.
So. Alright, playing a bit weird. Come on, playing for control. Control the ball, playing for the best one.
Sure.
I'll get left. Bump third. He's
Touch.
took me to right.
20.
They both
Man.
jumped.
Yeah, there's one more.
I'll
Reset.
go. Dang.
Nice. I'm back.
Yep,
It's
watching
1v.
miss.
I see him.
Just
Okay.
finish. Yeah, third ball. Nice. Play.
Good pass.
Thanks. I'm following.
Left.
I'll try back left.
Yep,
Control.
Dead.
yep. Nobody up, nobody up. He's back all though.
Yeah. That's it. You have time.
You got first.
Oh.
Nice.
Alright, come on. I have to step up. I'll go ahead. What should I do? Or what should I give for replay? I think I'll just give last game. Whatever the last game is. I was thinking like, okay, what's probably the best for select for the sample size, if that makes sense. Instead of like selecting, having like some sort of selecting bias, I'll just do the last one because that'll be the one where I'm most warmed up. Ideally, right? I think I would trend towards playing the most normal in that last game, maybe. Oh, for best movement with the controller
I
every
got
ball.
it.
Okay.
Yep, I'm following. I'm third.
Awkward for him.
Took back left.
This might be
Down.
shootable.
Maybe. Nah,
Just
it's
try.
cool.
Pads behind you.
Bump some.
Nice. Yeah, I should have. I'm low though. That's it.
I'm last low as well.
Yep. Bump one. Took the boost.
Back low.
Yeah,
You got?
it's awkward. That's
You follow? Off wall? Yep.
Yeah. 0.
Bump some. You follow?
Yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
0.
Nice. One back,
Okay.
one back.
Probably
One more.
to be.
Close. I'm left
Close
down.
zeros. I'm waiting
So-
for the clear to me.
Down with the mid. Nobody there.
Yeah, mid.
Yep. I'm up.
Soccer.
You're third.
Nice. It's
Took
out.
back light.
Rushing you. He's there. Out.
Nice. My bad.
Backward.
One
Yeah.
wall.
It's a pass.
He's at mid. You up. One and
He's
slow.
there.
I'm playing third.
He's on.
Yeah, 50.
And-
Yep. I'll follow.
On
What
to
up?
That's all. You got one up. One up.
At 30.
You got.
I'm spawn rolling. Let's
That's
go.
all
My
good.
bad.
All good.
All good. All right. Can't just pass the ball out mid. Have to kind of. If someone's beating me there, just let them beat me. Right. So just take my time. I think I thought I was getting bumped
Okay.
though.
I got it.
Okay. I'm following. Bumping. Bump him. He's not up. I'm up.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Try to-
Well,
You're
I
third.
bumped. It's free.
I'll just
He's
wait.
there. You got.
One rushing still.
I'll just hit him.
Nice.
I'll go.
I'll play first.
They last.
Oh, sorry. 0. It's awkward for him. He passed. He gives.
You go first. Nice. I have 0 boosts. Third. I got
20
bumped.
behind
A little
me.
bit.
He doubles.
That's all.
I have. I can't. He's there. Oh, good try.
Oh, that's my bad.
You're good.
I'll get right.
Cheat.
Back here.
I'm 0. He
Yep.
rushes.
One missing.
This is.
Bumped him.
Bumped him.
I'll just continue.
Alright. I'm behind you.
Nice.
That's all.
So
Took mid right.
Force tie.
You got first.
What's on?
I died.
Okay. No way.
Not in. You got.
I'm in that 30. One to beat.
I got bombs.
Took top right.
I have to wait.
Bumping. Bump third. Not back.
Just high. All
Took
out.
mid left.
One's on inside.
I'm hard left.
Still 0. Force him to give.
Mm.
Full behind you. Behind you.
You got.
Yeah, I got
Last.
it. Under's one. He boots.
Can you?
Alt down. Should be awkward one. Nice. Miniking.
Behind you.
That's all.
That's unlucky. Sorry, kill.
Yeah,
I can't.
it's all good. He missed.
Took back left.
Yeah, I'm 0.
I'm
It's
up.
to you.
I'll double.
Yeah, you have time.
Hold on.
I'm mid.
0 boost, no more. You got.
I got
Behind you, waiting.
Watch. Nice shot.
Nice
Let's
shot.
Nice.
Come on, still looking for control. Control your ball, look for your best movement.
Getting.
I'm back left.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm pulling.
I'm up. You got. One on quick.
Just have to wait.
You got.
Yeah, control. Yeah,
Awkward one. I'll try to bomb.
yeah, it's fine. He'll give.
He's on quick.
Yeah, force high.
I'll play first.
Last.
Behind both of you. Oh, I can't reach. My bad. I should have had it.
You're good.
Oh, that's my bad. I'm following.
Left.
I have it.
Yep. Bounce one. Nobody on.
Yeah,
Good.
just bumped him. Did nothing, I guess.
0.
You got
It's fine,
first.
I have to wait.
Yes.
Missed. 1v1.
1-1.
He's
Watch
coming.
them.
Watch out. Nice, good flick.
I'm left
Zero
down.
here.
Bump
Yeah,
net.
0, just high. That's it.
Faking, faking, faking.
Can't reach.
Yeah. I can. It's just gonna be. Never mind.
Full
Yeah.
back.
Close.
Close.
Nice.
Down.
This one.
Alright, let's stop trolling. Me specifically. I'm gonna win.
I'll get right.
Oh, cheat.
I'll go.
Right left.
yeah.
I'll play hard left.
I'll go again. Never mind. My bad.
Bump some.
Net behind you.
I'll demo.
To wait.
You got.
Come on.
Yeah.
Not done. You got.
Behind yours.
One back, one on right.
Neat.
You started. 0.
Yours. I'm back.
You got.
To wait. Yeah, I got. That's it.
One's on
He's
our
there.
side.
Watch
You beat.
shot. He's no more.
I'm low. He's gonna beat.
Yeah. I have 12 behind you.
Took mid right.
One on hard. Nice.
Yep.
One there.
I'm up.
I got-
So, money
Up.
on. He's up with
You
you.
got.
Yeah, I'm low here. It's fine.
He's on.
Straight
Shot.
shot.
Not in.
I'm 0.
You got.
I'm still 0.
Keep going. Yep.
Sure as well. I could probably tell.
Yeah, one on.
Bomb to him.
Nice, good clear.
Not in. You got.
Actually, maybe have.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Bro. Their defense is non-existent.
I'm following. I'm third.
One there.
Took back left. Four side.
I'll
If you
jump.
can. Yep. I'm back.
Ready
Wall.
behind you. One there.
Wow.
He's beating. You got.
Have to wait. It's yours if you want it.
Yep.
40 in
Hard to
there.
be mid for you.
Mid. You got.
It's just down, I think.
Ah, my bad.
Yeah. That's close. I'll cheat.
I'll get right. You got.
Spinning.
Yeah, I'm full across.
Down third.
Heading.
Down
Playing
third.
missed. I'm bumped.
Yeah.
I'm bumped.
Nice.
Good demos.
Thanks. Okay, come
I'm not
on.
gonna lie, I'm half asleep on the field. I'm glad we're winning though.
Yeah, same, same on both fronts. I just
tired here.
demo and then leave. Alright. Alright, yeah, just mainly like, I don't know. Basically, at times I'm making bad plays, right? I'm losing possession either like through trying to hit it hard or trying to control it and failing. The latter, I keep using former and latter. The latter is better because like I'm trying to control it, but I like misstep, and that's like a rep I'll learn from. But just trying to control every ball is just the main thing I'm trying to do. Okay. I'm back, right?
Right back right. Demo.
Nobody
Yeah,
up.
you go, you go, you go, you go.
Yeah, I have to wait for him to
Yep.
touch. I'm
You're
bumped
third.
fully. Back though.
I'm third.
I'll go.
Behind you full.
Yep, you up.
So I have. Yeah, around him. Yours.
I have 0 third.
It's fine. I'll chase.
I'm for a bomb.
Mid?
I'm not mid
Yours
yet.
maybe? Yes.
You demo? Come on.
Try, yeah.
Yep.
20 in
Watch
that.
mid, watch mid. That's all.
Nice. Good touch. Yeah, I have
You
to
got?
wait. I have. Yeah, it's you. One on.
That's all.
Yeah, I'm grabbing mid.
I'm
Chasing.
padding.
50.
Yep. Nobody, one up.
He's probably beating, yeah.
I'm behind you.
You got?
Other
I have
side.
to wait.
I'll go.
Still waiting.
Yep. I'm playing hard right.
I'll double if he misses.
You got
Yeah, I
mid?
have to wait.
No, good.
Waiting
I'll
for the
wait.
boom.
You-
Yeah. What
I'll
are they
play.
doing, bro? I'm behind
Alright.
you.
My bad.
I can't.
I'm getting out. I'm third. Behind you.
Yeah, I'll just rush.
Took back
Beat
left.
2. I'm right wall waiting.
Yep.
Cleared.
I'm just gonna save. Oh, yeah, 0.
I'm behind you. Mid.
I'm 1.
I
Hi.
have to wait.
1 up.
One's third. I'm third.
Yeah, waiting for the
Nice
double.
ball.
It's
Yep.
you.
You got?
Go. Up.
I'm back.
No, he's up.
Okay.
I'm behind you waiting, yeah.
I can double if you go.
Bump him.
Nice.
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 Plus.
Nice bump.
Thanks.
I'll be right back.
Come on, looking to control.
Okay,
Follow.
perfect.
You got?
Yeah, I got.
1 up.
Yeah,
One third.
that's
One third.
fine. It's free.
I fake. Actually, never mind. I'm on the
I'm in
bump.
net low.
Demo,
Got
you
a
got?
kill.
Nice. Come on.
Yeah. That's
Nice.
it, 0. Yours.
Okay.
Took back right.
One rushing.
One on.
That's
Just
all.
you. He's there.
Yeah, 1.
I'm pads in net. 40.
You're third.
Put it.
I'm here, yeah. Just
Took
high.
top right.
It's in. There's the.
You got first.
I'm leaving.
I'm watching
Pull
mid.
back. One there.
Oh, that's my bad.
Oh. Might be.
All good.
Pretty obviously, I was covering this too far back, right? Which meant that I just won't go.
Oh, holy shit. Off you too.
Cheating.
Pocket left. I missed.
Good.
It's
Padding.
fine, I have it.
I'm playing right side.
Oh.
Yeah, just over 2. That's it. 0.
You got?
Bumped him.
I'll just
Follow.
roll.
One there. One.
Yep.
It's all good. I'm
Come
full
on.
behind you. One rushing. I'm in that waiting.
He's up.
One on.
Beating.
It's fine.
You got
he's
off.
dead. Never mind.
Where?
I got.
You
That's
got?
it.
Off wall.
Nobody up.
East right wall.
Beat.
I can chase, but I'm 0.
Yep.
Killed.
Off for 50. Bump
Your
some.
last. I'm 40 behind you.
You got? You
I
got?
should have, yeah. It's you.
1 on.
You got first. I'm watching midfield.
Out. Yeah.
Nice. I can't. I'm 13 in it.
5-0. You
My
up?
bad.
Need help? Yeah. I have, but slow.
One on.
I'll just hit to the side.
Yeah. I'm 12. Trying
Yep.
to
I'm back
high.
close. All good.
He missed.
I'll go.
Yeah, one to beat.
Try to bump blast.
I'm mid. I
You up?
got
You up?
Come on.
Yeah, it's
Close.
not
You got
in, holy
first.
fuck.
Jazz.
I can't. I miss boost.
All good. I'm up.
Full behind
pop.
you, yeah. I have to wait.
You got? Bad touch.
Yeah.
Fall.
Come on.
5-0.
That's it.
Probably mid.
You up?
Leave.
1, 2 on.
You got
Yeah.
fall? I'm
I
watching
have to wait
this.
for him. I have.
One on.
Oh, sorry.
All good.
All good.
Miss.
Bumps.
I'll go.
Zeros though. Yeah.
I'll just bang.
Yep.
I'm mid.
One up. 5-0. Watching double.
He's one more. I'm behind you.
You up?
Yeah, I have to fake.
I'm
net.
one.
Yep.
I'll go.
Padded.
Probably shoot.
Yeah, I'm mid.
Open.
You.
And
Nice.
that worked. Nice.
Come on, still looking for control. I'm back right.
One rushing.
Oh.
Full back. One up. Have to wait. 50. That's it. You have time.
You up? Jazz.
I'll touch.
One there.
Oh,
One there.
50. You got
It's all
down.
good. I get full. Full back. You missed. I got.
He's up
Back
quick.
flips.
Wow.
Holy
One other
shit.
side.
Down with third.
Useless.
Bang.
You
No.
got first. I'm demoing.
Uh,
Zero.
You got?
Yeah, I have a 50 at least. I'm 0 now.
We're just gonna hit wall. Oh, nice. Keep going.
I'll play third.
Yeah, that's it. Straight down.
Close.
Put it
All
on,
good.
miss.
I'm not going in yet. All right, ceiling.
Full back.
Come on.
You got?
I'm
I'm
here.
behind you.
Yeah, I'll fake him.
Took
kill
it
him.
right.
Yeah, yes.
You got?
Yeah.
You got first?
I'm low. I'm low.
All good.
One on.
That's all.
Nice.
You got first. One on quick. I'll go
Force.
first.
Behind you.
I'll follow.
Nice. Yeah, I'm mid for you.
Another one.
One more.
I'll follow.
3.
Still you. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I did a decent job of drawing, controlling. Just gotta go off of it, but
I'll be right.
still need to do better. I'm following.
Perfect.
You got?
Yeah, I have
I'll
control.
play third.
Yeah, around him. I'm low now. That's it. 0. Full behind you.
Nice.
Spade. Yeah, I'll force.
Yep.
That's it.
One bumping
Okay.
you from behind, Gus. I'm playing.
What?
Wait, what? I'm good now.
I don't know, but I have 0.
I'll
Nice.
watch mid.
Yeah, I have 30.
Oh, Jesus. I'll report. GG's.
GG's. Poggers.
Alright, GG's.
GG's. Okay. It was really close, right? So while it was a 3-0, it was like, it wasn't really a 3-0, right? We had to come back to, we went down 0-2 every single game. But that's alright. That's chilling. We're chilling. Let me figure out, I mean, because I'm about to do VOD review with what's called, with Ulti, then I'm going to take a break first, and then come back, do VOD review, then go into 6 minutes, right? I can feel the strain of playing in a little bit. Ulti, can you wait, like, wait, let me calculate this. I'll do like a third off. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, also, I forgot to share screen. So it's going to be Ulti. Alright, we're going to put it in bold too. Alright, so we know it's important. Not that I'm going to forget about it. Alright, trying to break for about like 1/3 or 1/4. At least 1/4 of the time I'm on. Max 1/3. Alright, so this is 25, 30, 40, 40, geez. 58, 78, 78, 82, 82. And what's that? 82. At least 25 or 20. I'll do 25 and I'll be back in a bit. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back after the 25-minute break. And then what I'll probably do is I'll just queue 6 minutes until I'm done, right? Or I'll just spam queue, right? And I'll just, as time, as time goes on, like the queues will take longer to get, so those will kind of act as my break. Don't need to implement one as much. All right, where are we? We're 15 and 18. All right, so also, I guess I can send him the replays. I guess I'll do that. Yeah. Actually, I'm just gonna. What should I do? Actually, I'll stop streaming once I start like doing it with Salty. Pause. And then I'll send him the replay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop streaming. I start learning Ulti's super secret dark arts that can't be seen by the general public. Alright. Alright, BRB. Okay, I'm gonna have what's called coaching session with Ulti. Um, so yeah, I'll just kind of be waiting for him. Yeah, but I said it's confidential, so I'm gonna have to stop streaming for a little bit on Fort. But I'll be back in like, I don't know, whenever it finishes.